you should be.
And all right, welcome back to Brian and Tide's side story, Miss of Motor. We're gonna try something new today because a friend of mine told me about this fun little idea he had for when he was running his Pathfinder game. I'm not going to do the recap. You all are.
What?
Whoever recaps it the best gets an inspiration point to use this session.
I farmed those, so I don't need it.
But I mean, if we really need to, I can describe it.
Well,
it's a way to try to get people more involved in.
God, is this session 2 or 3?
4.
4, yeah.
4. God.
This is taking longer than I expected. I'm sorry, everybody.
It's fine. It's fine. We like it. Yes. Last time we played Mists of Motor, we had arrived back in the city, and were, debriefed and delivered our bizarre cargo, our bizargo, if you will.
I won't.
It's fine. I can do it enough for the both of us.
What was that again?
Oddly, what?
What was the pun?
Bizargo, if you will. Thank you. I'll be here all day.
Boo.
Thank you. That gives me power. We delivered the cargo, and
Bizarrely.
had run into a little bit of an odd. Hey, I already made the joke. Shut up. We had run into a little bit of an odd sight. Krill and JJ's boss was talking to a group of, not Thrykeen,
Ettercaps.
Thank you, jeez. A group of Ettercaps. They were
shady as fuck.
Kinda suspicious. Yeah, they were shady as fuck. And
they weren't even like the local Ettercaps. They were foreign Ettercaps.
Shady as fuck.
Yeah, and like even even those whose boss seemed to be concerned. But the job was done, so we were technically free to go about or whatever. Because at the same time as we had arrived, the Navy had come home, and the Navy were celebrating, doing well in the war. So there was a festival, a sudden festival to celebrate them all being home and safe, and all good things.
Kind of impromptu.
Yeah.
The mayor made a speech that sucked.
Oh yeah.
That was more of the DM fumbling.
Not because of the DM, but I just think that the mayor sucks.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's kind of why I was like, I actually had the thought, was like, I should probably pre-write what he's going to say, but then I'm like, no, this guy's kind of a loser.
But while we were each going and getting ready to go our separate ways, we caught sight of our cargo.
Just being carted through the streets.
Yeah, which was extremely odd and kind of got everyone's attention. And when we went and followed it after some shenaniganery of almost, smashing a window and getting caught. I wonder who that was. We discovered that the Ettercaps were speaking to our boss, a fucked up Dragonborn, what looked like a fucked up Dragonborn, and a pirate captain.
Don't forget the 5th one. The shrouded Haruto.
Oh, right, yeah, that bitch. We stumbled upon that, and we're like, getting the information, because what it appeared to be was that the ice inside this container has some kind of magical properties in and of itself, and it was being spread across the city. So, that's not a good thing, because we brought that here, so we tried to step in and immediately were shut down by counterspells. And I was going to say our host, but that's not right. The Dragonborn seemed almost a...
I was going to say, don't forget the dynamic entry of a certain crab.
yeah, because their boss seemed to be completely on their side, and Krill he felt betrayed.
Although I will remind that several of you did eventually realize that she was either under a compulsion or possibly even possessed. Oh,
I was getting to that.
I'm sorry you were getting past that point.
I was getting to that.
Continue.
Oh. But Krill nearly killed her, thinking that she'd rather die than be under control. Although that does not appear to be exactly what she wanted, but it was the thought that counted. But thankfully she did not die. Well, I guess thankfully maybe not, because
I get it.
She escaped along with all of the others and their big old chunk of cursed ice. With that, we struggled to figure out what we had to do now, because we couldn't just let it go. We'd brought it here. Some of us didn't even know we were working for smugglers.
Didn't we have a huge fucking boss fight?
Yeah,
that's after.
Well, yeah, she's covering 2 sessions ago. We're about to get to last session.
Oh. Look, I'm sorry. It's been a couple weeks.
No, it's fine. No, it's good. I'm liking this.
Okay. It's been weeks. We decided that the right thing to do, regardless of what, the consequences may be for us, was to go to the mayor and let him know what had happened. But things were not good when we got there.
I think going to tell the authorities for Grund was more like to be like, hey, I wasn't involved with this, kind of not doing the right thing, right?
It's Grund. He doesn't give a shit.
Just trying to remember how Grund got dragged along.
Grund noticed the box.
They sufficiently convinced me this was a threat to all of us. Grund is firmly in the spite category of don't destroy the world. It's where I keep my stuff.
I have my own dastardly plans for it.
And he followed in the first place because he saw that the box had been taken out of the containment unit, and he's like, hey, I worked really hard on that shit. What the fuck are you doing?
Also, he couldn't buy a ticket off island fast enough, so he's got to deal with it.
Basically,
well, I was robbing some corpses. You know how to...
But speaking of corpses, when we got to the mayor's place, it was full of them.
And
there was some...
Not in the sexy way. Oh, what? I'm the only one thinking that?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't show up to the governor's orgy. Nope.
But yes, when we arrived to the governor's, the place was we started to sneak, mostly JJ, and the rest of us kind of followed after him when he just kind of went off on his own, which did invoke a bit of an angry response from Kita, which didn't seem like a big deal in the moment, But it was fine. We went up there. We found.
I mean, it's not like that's the last thing he'll ever remember from.
Yeah, it's fine. Because we got up there. We saw their boss lady was possessed by a ghost and was trying to kill the mayor for something he had done to her. I believe her husband had died in the war. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take over for that one. She claimed that back when he was a officer in the Navy, long before he became the governor, her husband was a similar officer in the Navy, but had been sacrificed and left behind to give the rest of the fleet time enough to escape from an overwhelming Ruby Empire fleet. Basically, sacrificed his ship and men to escape, but then took credit for, like, oh yeah, the rallying victory afterwards was all because of me and not because of those men I sacrificed. So she took that personally.
Which is fair.
From what you can tell.
We would be all on her side had she not decided to team up with, the group of what turned out to be necromancers.
Yep.
Who did not take
really cool necromancer.
I mean, yeah, they were cooler than the one we got.
They'll all be worth it when you die and I reanimate your corpse.
Bitch, you wish.
Gonna put you in so many funny hats.
That could very well happen in this campaign.
Gonna put you in so many funny hats.
And I'm gonna be honest, if you do die before I do, I am gonna animate you first chance I get.
I'm sure Grund would have reanimated JJ if he wasn't tossed off.
I wasn't there yet. You spoiled it.
Whoops.
JJ went up to try and free his boss and stop the ghost from killing the mayor. Because, that's kind of a problem, regardless of our moral alignments at this point. But
man, fuck the mayor.
The ghost fucking screeched his soul right out of his body.
Ghost, it was a banshee.
First it was his boss's body. Turns out, an elf living that long in a life of crime, she picked up some combat skills, which dropped JJ in one round of attack before the governor used some item he had on him to give a little bit of life back to JJ before he then was banshee screamed as you saw the widow Cindrilla emerge from the body of the syndicate leader. And that's when JJ fell.
They dropped his body out the window where his corpse fell down many stories and splattered to the ground.
Tragic. One member of the team I kind of tolerated.
It actually landed in a fountain.
Me too.
I don't dislike you.
You heard a splash and screams when he fell.
So he probably broke all of his bones and got knocked out from the velocity of the water and then slowly drowned to death.
Well, no.
He was dead already. His soul got fucking wrenched from his body.
I'm just adding to the lovely fucking picture.
That was someone throwing a hamburger out the high-rise window.
I don't want this hamburger anymore.
Sorry, that got a little dark.
But a little dark, that's nothing. Because you see, we went on the offensive before all that, and just continued after JJ was killed. But
And some of us were really clutch by casting fucking black tentacles.
Yeah,
some of us were super clutch doing that. Some of us were really clutch doing that move.
That pulped so many undead.
Some of us low-key proud of that. Don't play a wizard often.
Whoops. So yeah, we fought and killed the necromancers who were there and their summoned undead. It took some effort, especially with our now being down our JJ.
Particularly, you slew the matriarchs, seemingly the Ettercap who was in charge of the necromancy the other Ettercat necromancers and warriors.
They didn't seem to be,
Yeah, they didn't seem too concerned about that. But that's because they didn't know Grund slurped up the soul and it's now stuck in a certain black pearl skull. So you can have fun with that later.
God.
But yeah, again, getting to the really fucked up part after JJ, a fucking Dracolich swooped down upon the city, revealing being the true form of the strange dragonborn we had seen earlier, Needhogger. Is it just Needhogger or just Needhogg?
Needhogg.
Yeah, Needhogg, a famous ancient Dracolich. Whether it is the Nidhogg or someone who has taken his mantle, we don't know for sure. But it's bad. He descended upon the city and just killed thousands.
Specifically, how did he do that?
With his, I believe it was a breath weapon?
Nope.
Well,
He had the fucking ice bauble in his chest, and he was basically crop dusting the city.
That's
the mist.
and the with all the bits that had been and with all the bits that had been chipped off earlier, they were spread across the city, helping the spread of the mist as well.
From the fountains.
Yeah.
With dry
All in
ice.
all,
And
a
as
really
we-
impressive necromancer spell. Gotta give him props.
Thank you.
Yeah. And as we witness the horror begin, our friend JJ, now deceased,
Friend is really pushing it.
our working relationship person JJ,
Yeah,
now deceased.
our working acquaintance JJ is dead.
Yeah,
So-
now deceased.
Yeah,
tolerable
that is
of
where
you.
we left off. So, yeah, go ahead and take that inspiration point, Nora. You can use that sometime during the session.
After not being cut off 5 times.
No,
We were helping. Shut up.
I know. I'm kidding.
That's how recaps go.
yeah. So, JJ. Something I meant to end the session with this last time, but I forgot until right after. So, we'll just wrap this up. The last moments of JJ, you feel your soul frayed and shredded by the psychic deathly scream. You have heard in passing, just because of the necromancer population of Modhur being what it is, you have vague idea of, you've heard of the word power word kill. This was a song of notes meant to kill with just one, and you received that directly to your soul. You don't even feel it as your body falls and crashes into a fountain, smashing through the water. But you're vaguely aware of this as you sink deeper and deeper into the darkness. Your awareness is dimming as you feel what you were beginning to shred and trail off into the darkness. I don't know if you were afraid or if you were just accepting this, but as you descend deeper and deeper, you have been near drowning. You have fallen off boats. You have been tossed into the dark ocean, weighted down by vengeful rivals. But each time you have managed to find your way to the surface. But here deep in the dark, even trying to blow out what breath you might have had, you can't even see where the bubbles go. There is no surface here. There is no light. And it is cold. So very, very cold as you sink deeper and deeper. But then, in the distance, there is a glimmer of light. As you realize, no, not one, but three three drifting motes of light shimmering in the darkness, seeming to catch attention of you as it drifts closer and closer as you feel something vast. But that's for later.
That's for later. Fuck you.
Motherfucker!
Man, you make me get her
Well, we'll see what happens with these lights in the dark.
It's a good thing we don't
are.
know
Yeah.
anything malicious with 3 eyes, right?
No.
Yeah, not at all.
Or, anything that happened to some alternate JJs.
Yeah. Sure, he's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine.
He's having a great time down there with his 3
He's turbo fucked, but he's dead, so he's not gonna be a problem until later.
That bitch dead.
So,
Yeah, it's not our problem.
Yeah.
so we're not picking up right up after the night of mist, as it's come. It's what people have started to call it. As you stood on the balcony of the overlook from the governor's mansion, part of the capital ziggurat, now you realize Slaughter, the leadership of the city, drawn to his residence as a celebration. You found the Admiral Durin, the Breindorf that had been celebrated at the festival. He was found slain, actually undead. You had to dispatch him when you departed, but some of you recognize the other members of the aristocracy and leadership of the city. The seemingly a calculated effort to decapitate the leadership of the city on the first night. But I'd like to ask how some of you would have reacted in the immediacy of realizing, as you see the mists engulf the city, and then you start hearing screams echo up as you realize there seems to be conflict happening. And you're not sure if the mist is immediately killing people. That probably isn't true, because you start hearing, there are still screams of people shouting and fighting down below. So you don't think it's like a kill cloud. But
there's still so much for me to learn. That's how Grun reacts. Look how efficiently they're turning so many people into undead.
Oh yes, there was one other thing. The pirate, you realize, was there to deal with the Navy, as while Nidhogg shouted his proclamation, a ghostly ship glowing with ghost light emerged like a breaching whale from beneath the waters and fired volleys that destroyed the docked Navy. So
Be me. It should be me setting so many people and turning them immediately into slaves.
Urchin kind of side eyes him and then looks at what's your name again, Nora? What's
Me?
Yeah.
Kita.
Okay, I was having a brain.
Yeah. It's a shame to have a brain.
Kind of looks at you, and takes a contemplative look at the balcony where JJ took a dive. I could probably wrestle him over that edge, right?
Yeah,
kill a sweet, beloved old man. Everyone's
probably,
favorite character, Grund.
I could probably drop him
the
off
look
of there.
that she gives you is, probably. It's no, yeah, 'cause she has message. It's he probably could, but he is a necromancer, and that might come in handy with surviving all this shit.
He doesn't say anything out loud, but he does make a loud noise.
Yeah, you can reply to message silently.
Fine.
Me.
Fine, I won't.
Look, we can if it comes to it, we can kill him later.
You could always pull a Gortash. work with the villain, the clear and obvious villain, up until the moment in which, at the final leg of the journey, his brain explodes because he sucks.
I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen anyway. To all of
Yeah.
us.
No, Grunt's gonna live forever.
I hope not.
He's a fan
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah,
He's a
but
DM
like,
favorite.
if we see him trying to go to Needhog, we're gonna pop his skull, right?
Oh yeah. It's gonna take me a minute to get Erdrin's accent back, so just stick with it for now.
Sure would be very good at the popping.
Probably.
I'm a bloodbender, so
Oh, so like, not to alarm anybody, but we should probably find somewhere where that's not gonna touch us.
Yes.
I
Yes. Quite wise.
know exactly.
Nice
Look,
place
as
to be
long
one
as-
to observe it safely.
So you hear the sound of a door closing, and if you turn, you probably would notice Krill's fucking gone. He's already left.
Krail!
Well,
Fuck.
Damn, we
Kira.
lost
All right.
rations.
Kita, before things
Yeah.
proceed.
I know
do-
where we can go.
Well, hold on, please.
Okay.
Before things fall off the rails, because we're about to do a time skip, so I need things to be a little crunchy.
He's not going anywhere particular. He's just like, we shouldn't be here specifically.
So, Kita, you get a sending. It's a familiar sensation. Your brother has sent these to you before, but there is this like sense of urgency that even like the spell slams into your brain faster than you know before you even hear his like panicked voice going, Kita, get to the temple. I need your help. Survivors are flooding, and this might be the only safe place in the city. Bring supplies if you can. As
All right.
I'll just give you this free knowledge because you spent enough time there, you know, like helping him out even before your like little fallout. That you know the Temple of Saint Sanguisuga is the temple hospital. There are specifically wards in place that help ensure restful sleep of the dead. Restful peace of the dead.
Yeah.
Considering the there is a healthy necromancer presence in this city, it's for those who don't wish for that for their for their bodies in the afterlife or whatever, but also just because Saint Sanguisuga has that whole thing of his conflict with his brother Coagula, the god of vampirism and undead.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would know this. What he said is probably true. It's probably one of the only safe places.
Yeah. All right. Would the ghoul be able to even go inside?
Fuck.
what?
That's all right. We can abandon Club.
It's hey.
Um,
I think it's more accurate that Club abandons you.
He can just like stand outside, like I saw
Yeah,
right
there-
outside the door. That's
yeah,
probably enough.
there
that, like,
would be. Well, yeah, because necromancers would have to go there to get like checkups and stuff and
So-
medical help.
yeah.
So
They
yeah, there would be
basically-
like undead pens.
They leave their zombies out front like a horse tied to a post as the
Oh, that's
God.
fucking.
horse's rider goes in for a
Yeah.
drink.
Oh
So,
my god.
One of the things that is a fairly common sight in the city is rather than like horses or birds, because horses are very rare after the deluge. Riding birds are a little more common, but a lot of the like things hauling carriages and stuff or wagons are teams of zombies or skeletons.
So it's sort of like how in Star Wars, droids aren't allowed in certain bars, and they're forced to stay outside because they're lesser people. And that never gets
And-
changed or addressed in the series.
Never.
Well, the difference is that most undead aren't fully sapient.
Yeah, Nora, good on you because you got me with that because I didn't even think of that about Kloop.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, okay, we can go there, but I was like, wait, Grunt has a ghoul.
It's okay. He's not really a person. We can abandon him if we have to.
Yeah,
He can,
in character.
Yeah, that was me in
I know
character
what-
speaking.
Well, I didn't tell you that yet. Okay. I know where we can go. It's probably one of the only places in the city that's actually got some kind of safety right now. The hospital. It's dedicated to Saint Sanguinsuna. So it's got wards to make sure undead don't rise inside. Because, if you don't want to become one of the undead, that's where you go to rest in peace. Probably also keep them from coming in easily too. Now,
The only
Plop,
time I'll ever be happy that place.
I hope you're fucking happy that it exists when you get your fucking arm chopped off and need a doctor.
Grafted from a corpse.
Yeah, Grund, I was going to say, quite a few of your not compatriots, but your peers, contemporaries.
Peers is a good word.
It's not uncommon for a necromancer because of just necromantic backlash too. It's just makes more sense. It's like, okay, this arm is withered. Just give me a skeleton arm. Okay, that's better. So it's not uncommon for that.
Yeah. Anyway, we should head there and grab as much supplies on the way as we can. Anything, food, perishables, anything that could be used for medical supplies. We're going to be holed up there for a while, trying to find a way out of here.
So, should you go looking through, hold on. Sorry. To speed things up, you go to toss the place. You start searching. Some of you, it's like, because you're like searching the bodies of like the aristocracy and the rich people that were showing up for this party, and among some of the undead that you fought. But a lot of them don't really have. I mean, you're not really sure what wealth is going to have. So it's just this thing. It's like there's all this money being left here, like literal money, but also like jewelry and fancy clothing and stuff, where it's just like, this is useless right now. So you don't really find much in the way of useful stuff until you go start looking into like the like you actually find like a little safe room that when you get there you realize the door had been wrenched off the hinges. Kita, you realize perhaps telekinetically, just by the grip it looked like, or maybe some powerful force spell just ripped it off, like maybe a big beast hand kind of. But you find inside, you find a ring that is magical. It has these 3 gems on it. You find, but most importantly, you find this pack of what looks to be healing potions. It's almost like a crate with like the old school milk crates where it's like had like different slots for each bottle. It's like that, but for potions. And there's actually like two different crates. There's ones you realize it's marked healing spells, and the other one is like a miscellaneous potions. There are 15 in the healing potions and 3 in the other one. But this ring, should someone identify it, it is a healing word ring. I don't have a handout for it, but it is a ring that has 3 charges. And for each charge, you can cast the healing word spell. It's what, you can use up to all 3 charges at once to to cast it at like a 3rd level. But it's a copy of what the governor used to heal JJ when he was trying to get him to save him.
Ah.
But
clearly you didn't do a good enough fucking job, Mayor. I hope she kills you.
Oh,
I
she
don't know if
definitely did.
it's really funny. You all keep calling him the mayor when he's the governor. It's just like disrespecting him.
Yeah, because he sucks.
I'm doing it on purpose. I don't know about everybody else.
Look, I realized I was making a mistake at one point, but then I was like, nah, fuck
But
this guy.
This is what you find.
Cool. Well, I have a staff of healing, so you know what? I'm gonna give it to Erdrin.
So you actually find there are 2 broken potion bottles that look they were drunk. One is a potion of invisibility, and the other one was a potion of necrotic resistance. But it seems that invisibility didn't really help the governor all that well.
Yeah, I can see and have some way to see it.
But the matriarchs, she has bracers of defense. And she has a what was this? Sorry, can't remember what her staff was. Sorry, Grund, it wasn't a staff of power.
Boo.
Oh, it was a staff of withering.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no, she wouldn't be able to use that. She's a wizard. I'll get back to you on that one. But yeah, she has bracers of defense.
She's a necromancer.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, no, she technically I could say she was a warlock. So, yeah, Staff of Withering. That's on 5e tools if people want to look at it.
I do. Excuse me, Godzilla.
But, so, you find some, and also in this little safe room, and also down in the stores for the kitchen. And because it is the, the administration, the capital of Ziggurat, it's the administrationary hub for it. You actually do go and find quite a bit of stores of food, both fresh and preserved, because there's like cafeterias and stuff that would have been, or like food halls, and the personal chef and cooks and stuff for the people who live at the Ziggurat, like the governor, his family. Actually, no, he didn't really have a family that lived with him, but so you actually do find quite a bit of supplies that will be useful when you take them to the hospital. And
telekinesis.
Yeah, and also, one of you does have a bag of holding. Grund. But that's also the bag he uses to store his, bodies. So.
It doesn't really mix in there.
Yeah, not unless you invert the bag all at once. Then that just gets mixed in. But yeah, so you can load up quite a bit of supplies. But as you do, time does pass, and you can hear the conflict happening outside. The chaos, not conflict. But so any conversations those of you wanted to have while you're looting, or do we want to skip to the next part of the rail line?
I think Erdrin would be really silent while he's doing this. It's just there's a lot of things outside that would probably want to kill me. This is the time to not make noise.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think we're pretty freaked out and focused.
Also, who wants the bracers? Because I already have arm equipment, so unless I replace it, I can't really use it.
Let me check. I am the fan favorite, so it would be nice to bump up my AC a bit.
Yeah, you and Kita would be the ones who would be able to wear them, I think.
There's no qualifiers for class.
Oh, I already
so
have
anyone can
braces of
take them.
defense. You guys can go have it.
Alright, bracers of defense. Woo!
Yeah. If I didn't have my arm wraps, I would take them.
What were you going to give me,
But
by the way,
the-
Kita?
Oh, the ring.
Okay.
Yeah, the ring doesn't have attunement, so anyone can wear that. And it recharges fully at dawn.
Well,
This will
So,
be
yeah,
an emergency heal.
Yeah, so when it says it has a +3 bonus, it's like, instead of using your spellcasting modifier, it'd be as if the spellcasting modifier was a 3.
okay.
By the way, I took 2 healing potions and 1 greater.
I will take that ring. If
Oh, I'll
nobody
take that
minds.
staff. I'll take the staff of
Yeah, you can have-
withering.
I have 2 staffs, so you can have it.
Yeah, it makes sense that kind of staff that a necromancer would be able to use it.
Yeah.
I can take one of the superiors if no one else wants one.
You are the only one here with like HP, so well, Erdrin I guess would have some, but
Erdrin,
you know,
he's a-
you're
he's a
the
rank.
Erdrin has
yeah.
You have the
them.
Erdrin has 107 at max. Like I said, he's at
I
69 right now still. So
I think you two should each take a superior.
Yeah.
Don't take any
Yeah.
like consume any right now.
no,
no.
No.
I figure we're gonna get a rest.
Yes,
So.
I'm skipping.
Superiors are
Big boy.
they're the 88 plus 8, right?
I believe. Hold on, let me check. Potion of superior healing, 8d4 plus 8. Yep,
84. Okay.
healing potions are d4s, which is why the graders are so fun to say. 44 plus 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I took the ring and I took one of the superior healing potions.
Oh,
Right.
just because it's stupid, there is a cape of billowing. He would totally be the person to have one.
Yeah.
You should
Oh
probably
yeah,
also
keep
take.
billowing.
You should probably take one of the graders as well, so everybody has 1 grader.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll take a greater.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I have
two
healing
normals.
magic, so I'm not too worried about holding on to a bunch of healing potions personally.
Okay. Which is
Like
my
I know
spread is two-
I'm gonna take a greater. I'm not saying I'm not going to. I'm just saying you guys probably should hold on to them more than me because I have spells
Okay.
to heal.
I have 2 normals, 1 greater, 1 superior. Is my spread currently.
I'm gonna take one of those potions of necrotic resistance if nobody minds.
Go ahead.
I'm
That is a
going to be-
fantastic-
Already,
In there.
Yeah.
I already resist necrotic, so
Actually, I think I'll take the other potion, necrotic.
Because we're
Yeah.
both going to be in
Fair.
melee with with a lot of undead pretty soon, so just seems like a good idea.
And I think necromancers also get necrotic resistance by this level too.
That's all right.
Anyways,
So
um,
I'll gather up your supplies. Oh, sorry.
who has what regular healing potions?
I have 2 regulars.
I haven't taken any regulars.
Okay, so there's 6 left to split amongst us. I guess we each take 2.
Yeah, that was my
Take the-
thought.
Well, actually, well, yeah, we're gonna take them all, of course, but like we're divvying them up currently.
Okay, 1 for Grund, 1 for the rest, 1 for Grund
No,
for the rest.
I will kill you.
1 for you, 6 for me, 1 for you.
1 for you and 2 for me. 1 for you and 2 for me.
So
Get 2 for each of us then.
Okay.
you all kind of focus on the looting to kind of, I don't know if all of you do this, but most of you will probably like focus on the looting to kind of keep your mind off of what just happened.
I'm trying,
And
but
what
I
is
can't help
what
but think
is
about,
happening?
the last thing I said to JJ was getting pissy at him.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright.
It's like
He'll forgive
sometimes
you in
death is
time.
sudden.
Someday you'll be able to make it up to him.
that guy is
We're
dead.
not raising his corpse.
So we're gonna speed ahead a little bit. So you gather up the supplies. We'll say that you took a short rest to gather up some of your, bolster yourself a bit before you head out into the mist. And it is chaos when you get out into the streets. People came running to the ziggurat hoping to find safety, but there is none to be found here. And as you go running across the bridge over the waterfall, you start to hear screams back where you came from, as it seems whatever undead hordes have emerged from hiding found those trying to hide within the capital ziggurat. Some, though, do follow you, seeing this group, with, weapons drawn and with, braving the mist with confidence, or, at least a semblance of confidence. So you do pick up stragglers. Some don't make it all the way. As you go, you are beset from all sides eventually by skeletons and zombies. Some faster than the others, as you realize they are fresher, husks of what they once were, recently risen, as you see some even take down some of the others around you, only for them to rise up and attack with mutating strength and ravenous hunger. And,
I've had dreams of days like this. It's so sad seeing someone else live out your fantasies.
And
give Erdrin another side eye.
There's like the most consideration on his face.
There's a little bit of relief, at least momentarily, as all of you were perhaps worried about Kloop, considering what he said when the dirge of the lament began. The dirge saying that it was beautiful, but he has been mostly silent. Occasionally making a comment or responding when questioned, but he has been dutifully following commands. Grund, as you would expect, he was living up to his contract and just as eager to step forward to shield bash a zombie in the face or swing his axe, to protect you or others of your group. But you managed to fight down the main streets. It is chaos, but it's perhaps that chaos that helps you slip through. Those slower and less capable, perhaps, not to be heartless, but helping you survive by drawing the attention of the mindless undead, allowing you to run by as they were focused on those who couldn't protect themselves. And I'm not saying you abandoned everyone. There are those you help. Those who would not be alive at this moment without you coming to their rescue, as they happen to be in your way, perhaps even having the same idea of going to help at the hospital. But eventually, through a harsh night, it was this horrible dichotomy of seemingly just impossibly slow, but breakneck speed of racing through chaos and shrouded mist, as this ever-present mist, has reduced visibility extremely. It's not like the density of a fog cloud spell, but it is so easy to mistake something staggering from the mist to be either the living or the dead, and something that has claimed the life of several and even nearly gotten several of you. But eventually, in the middle of the night, you see the braziers burning bright through the mist of the temple. The small, uh, the small half ziggurat almost, nowhere as grand as the Capitol, but still a decently sized building compared to the others around it. Right, ringed in a wall that now have fires burning along the top, and you see people on top of the walls, some with spears, others with crossbows or bows, as you realize already the temple has become a bastion of safety as you are beckoned inside along with those who have gathered alongside you, and you have found sanctuary for the time.
Loop, while you wait out here in the stables, do know that I will try to get out the juiciest corpses that they have here for you.
Okay.
Your service has been exemplary, and I am sure there are plenty of dead who would be very happy to service your dietary needs.
Sounds good. And there is a little bit of tension considering the whole undead attack going on, but there are a few other ghouls that are still, friendly, but they are keeping off to the side because the wards start at the building proper, but not some of these courtyards within the walls. They're not like barricade walls. They're having to make a barricade themselves tonight using like furniture and stuff. But because there was never a need for gates for this. But yeah, there are some ghouls that he can go, hang out with. Some other undead yeah, where they're basically still, friendly to the survivors, but they're definitely being kept an eye on. And Kloop did have to surrender his axe at like the, basically has to be checked with like other weapons that the ghouls had on them.
I was gonna say ghoul daycare, but those are like whole ass adults.
It's a stable.
Yeah.
Ghouls are just over there playing cards. It's fucking Mondays, right, guys? Yeah.
Yeah. There would be a point where Grundy go out to check on Coop, and yeah, they're literally just sitting there playing cards.
The ghouls are marking on the lovely weather.
So, Nikita. What?
Yes.
I was just gonna say a minor thing, like on the mad dash to this area, Krill was in the front, and he kind of just bulldozed away. Like that was his primary, thing he was doing. Is he didn't kill the undead. He focused on literally ripping arms off and rendering them mostly, inoperable. But he doesn't have time to fucking kill them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of throwing undead into random walls and shit. And so literally you just see them just suddenly arc out from the front. And I will say, like, anytime he got close enough to like a throng of undead, he would wade into it and pull out whoever was inside. More often than not, finding a dead body, but he did save one or two people. Just minor character thing I want to do. That's it.
Yeah. And we've seen what like standard skeletons and zombies, they don't really have much of a chance against Grill and his exoskeleton. So yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
you do save several people.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not the lament of Beefy O Weefy, damn it.
What?
The lament of roast Beefy O Weefy. From Wizards Deal, people.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
But so Kita, when you arrive, it takes a bit for you to track down your brother. Turns out he is perhaps the highest ranking cleric, as well, that is confirmed over the next few days, because it seems most of them had gone to the festival or, had been out, with your brother kind of being like the head, the head doctor in charge for the shift, basically.
Yeah.
And he's not the only cleric there. There are several others, but as we're, he's very glad to see you, and he's, even he's kind of surprised but overjoyed when you reveal like how much supplies you had brought, saying that would be an immense help, considering the hospital temple had its own supplies, but they're going to be severely taxed.
Then.
Yeah. But, he takes a moment and you realize, he's like, there's blood on him. He looks tired. You realize that he's probably been in surgery a lot, because while they are clerics, there are a lot more wounded than there are spell slots.
Yeah.
So, there's still a need for, physical doctors and stuff, as he just looks exhausted as he seems to be taking a break. Takes a moment to see you. Goes, "Oh, Kita, I'm so glad that you're here. Oh, this is a nightmare."
That's putting it lightly. It's... Fuck. I fucked up.
You did.
Yeah. We didn't know, but that Needhog guy orchestrated this whole thing. That thing in his chest? I was part of the crew who went and got it.
I didn't see him myself, but I've heard people who did talk about it. Who all knows?
No. How was I supposed to know?
I mean, I don't think you were supposed to. That's kind of the point. But who all knows that you delivered it to him?
Just me and the group who were involved.
And he kind of gives a nod, and he goes, "That I would probably suggest that knowledge not spread any further."
Yeah, I ain't telling anybody else shit.
Okay, because I would not be able to protect you or your coworkers. Kind of gets that look of,
Yeah.
because he hasn't had it. He's like, I know better than to say friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that protective older brother vibe. But he's just well, yeah, because people are going to be very scared, and they're going to be wanting to find anyone to lash out to. So I'd rather they put that against the undead that will be coming for them, rather than my sister. So, just...
I'm pissed that
I'm glad you should... I mean, you should be. But that thing is going by the name Nidhogg, or it is Nidhogg. Someone was going to be getting fooled by him either way. That's not a name you use unless you are either an incompetent dreamer or you are someone who is legitimate.
You're either real confident or real stupid. Unfortunately, with how things are going, my bet's on the former.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Kita. This is a real shit situation. I'm not sure if we're gonna get out of this, but if you don't mind, I may have to call on your gifts as well to help lessen the burdens here.
Yeah, I figured.
I know you had to work. I know you know triage. So
I've got
get some rest
I know
and then
things.
good. Get some rest and God, no, he would not do that. He's not that corny. This is a real shit situation. God. Anyways, so he goes, rest up. I'm gonna see if I can try to catch some rest, although I doubt it, but rest up and we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Alright.
Because he sees that you're, like, messed up, like, you know, from the fight before and having to fight through town to get here.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna get you out of here if I can.
Well, then you better help me get everyone else out first, because I'm not leaving until everyone else is safe.
Can we not have this argument right now?
Not now. But he goes and he gives you a pat on the shoulder and he goes, I am very glad that you survived, sister.
I'm glad that you were here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to actually show what Dr. Himaz looks like.
Yay!
Down in the
my begrudgingly, whatever the people I actually care about, begrudgingly.
Some of you have seen this model before, but that's the closest I could get to a leech on Hero Forge.
It's
Works.
pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clerics or doctors of Saint Sangosuga do a lot of red and white in their outfits.
Makes sense.
But so, the rest of you have. Is there anything you want to do on this initial night? You know, discuss or plot or anything, or we can just move ahead to the next bit.
I can't think of anything. You know something I'm doing, otherwise, but...
Oh, right.
I want to see if there's any fresh corpses I can get for my good buddy Clup in the stables.
So, there are bodies of people who fell. There is kind of a... do a persuasion roll with disadvantage, because there's going to be a hard argument because of current situations.
That's true. True, and that's fair.
God.
Wow! God!
You know that, like...
We're about to take a rest. I can do it. Ah, damn! Nerds.
Well, no, they failed.
Oh, damn! Nerds!
So, okay, this person's like...
You know that only lasts for a minute, and they know you did it afterwards.
That doesn't just last for a minute.
Yeah, concentrate's up to a minute!
Right.
Wait, is this one of the ones that let you know if it happened?
No, Dominant Person's pretty fucking high level.
Yeah. Feature...
It doesn't say that they do or not. It's charmed by you for the duration.
Yeah, this doesn't say they know, so...
Yeah,
It's just Dominate Person, not Charm Person or Suggestion. This is like the fucking high level one.
Yeah, it's not Friends where they get immediately pissed off after they come out of it.
Which is so nice.
Shit.
You give telepathic commands to, like, compel it. So, yeah, okay, so they're like... And they kind of, like, look around as if they're, like, trying to see if... because this is like someone who is like like over by where they like stacked up some of the bodies they had wrapped in sheets and stuff, waiting for like maybe a mass burial or something. He goes, okay, I know, ghouls need to eat too, so all right, fine,
Okay.
Yeah, just once no one's looking, I'll make sure one gets over there for him and the rest. All right.
Thank you. Your generosity and open-mindedness is quite appreciated.
Yeah, all right. Just keep this between us. People
Of
are a
course!
little edgy right now. So, yeah, you have provided sustenance for Kloop and the ghouls.
Yeah. See?
Without having to
Nothing
give up
wasted.
any of the valuable corpses in your bag that you already have.
Nothing wasted.
So, yeah. Okay, so, oh yeah, Grund.
Yeah.
You do have a certain soul of an Ettercap necromancer stored in the pearl.
Nice.
Which,
What
if
do
you
I
look at
do
the
with
soul
that?
cage, you can look up the soul cage spell. That's basically what the pearl allows you to do. I believe it's soul cage. Yeah, soul cage. From
No results found.
Xanatars. Hold on, I'll take a
Alright.
screenshot of it. Dang it, 5e tools, why can I link you?
Spell snatches the soul of a humanoid, traps in a tiny cage. You can exploit it. Oh, I can steal life. You can query it. Alright. So we can interrogate this person before I steal all their vigor for HP later. You can see through their eyes to places they used to be.
You should definitely do that.
Alright, I decided to gather with chuckle fucks.
Okay. You would be like given like a little side room.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be pretty cramped, but you can find like a little side room that like a few of you have been assigned for a bed, for sleeping, that you can all cram into. It's not going to be comfortable, but it's private enough.
Alright, chuckle fucks, I have found the soul of that sorceress, or whatever sort of spellcaster she was, and trapped it within this gem.
He was a necromancer.
Yes, but was she a necromancer, sorcerer, wizard, warlock? There's lots of magic. Magic is complicated.
Okay, don't be a fucking ass right now, man.
Then don't oversimplify something that you know damn well is more
Brought you
complicated
here
than that.
to be safe. Don't make me
God.
throw your ass back out.
I'm pretty sure we all worked together to get here, but
God, just imagining Erdrin and Krill sitting off to the side, just silently, just like side-eyeing each other as this is going on.
Stop fighting.
He really is, though. He's just sitting there like, what the fuck? How the fuck did I get here?
Petting Wilbur on your lap.
I should be back in my goddamn mint fields by now. Can't believe that you guys made me a criminal.
Okay, it's not my fault. You didn't properly research what job you were doing.
What do you mean properly research? How do
We've
you
actually
research
provided-
a criminal organization?
You fucking
Oh my
asked around about these
This
people.
is why questions of morality are so stupid. We have a soul to interrogate for valuable information, and we want to bicker about who's a criminal in the eyes of the law that's not even affecting this country anymore?
Well, then do it.
No.
You're the only one that can.
Yeah, you're the one who has the fucking soul.
I figured you would all want to have input on what questions are asked, but I guess I can do this
Have
alone.
a limit? Do you have a limit to how many?
Probably 5.
Let's make sure.
No, Soul Cage is fucked up.
Well, I can do this up to 6 times.
Well, it's like a 7th level spell. It's crazy.
Yeah. It means
6th level, I think, actually.
if you're gonna use a spell on Soul Cage, and it's a 7th level spell, yeah, it better do some shit.
It's a 6th level.
Yeah.
Yes, it's. I couldn't remember if it was 6 or 7. Regardless, it is nuts. But that's why.
Yeah, you get
Can
six.
I can exploit
questions.
this soul 6 times, so we have up to 6 questions. Now, of course, I don't want to use all of them if we can avoid it, because I would really like to suck the life out of this soul and destroy it before it's over.
Plus, I'm just gonna say, as Eyes of the Dead would probably be useful.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything that particular, other than maybe where they're like, if we could stop this or not, or if they have some place to get out of here, perhaps, that nobody else knows about.
That's a good question, yeah.
Because, like, if their thing, like, backfired on them, they would probably have an escape route, right?
So how would one question, first potential question, how would we escape? What would be the best way to escape the forces of Nidhogger? Or Nidhogg?
Is that what you're asking?
No, we are brainstorming questions right now. We're being smart about this. We're not doing a fucking D&D thing.
We're not doing a D&D.
We're not doing this D&D in this D&D game.
We're not doing Honor Among Thieves with this fucking brain.
Does that count as a question? Yes. But yeah, that's the question I got.
Now you can always ask about its conspirators. Yeah, I'll just throw that one out there, but...
Yeah, you could ask who's all in the know so we know who we can't trust.
Anybody got anything?
Grund?
It looks like Grund is typing.
Yeah, I think they're keeping track of the questions as they come. The mists are like turning people into this shit, right?
You know what? You can do a perception check. Grund and Kita would have grounds for like doing Arcana checks.
That's fair. I'll do perception.
You and Krill would be more perception to like pay attention. Oh damn!
They're the same for me. Well, I'll do Arcana.
$12. So. Okay. Urgent, you were watching for that rather intently. And it seemed that those that rose when slain were typically those who died to certain undead. Like, you could tell that there was a difference between, like, magically reanimated zombies that were set loose and these, what Grund would actually recognize with that Arcana check as husk zombies. They are a different type where they are a virulent enchantment where whatever is slain by them becomes another one. Those were the ones you saw rising, but it did not seem that the mist was reanimating. It definitely, there was something to it that was maybe invigorating the undead, but you're not sure, like with those, like those rolls. Neither of you are like really 100% sure, but there's more to the mist, and maybe it's just like whatever planted with them is not fully going to affect it, or you're not sure.
Yeah, what the other question was, I'm not sure if the mist is like making people rise. It looked like the zombies were doing that themselves after they hit somebody somehow. What is that shit doing? I don't want to breathe it in if it's like gonna slowly kill me or like turn my mind to want to serve that dick face.
So, are those your questions that Grunt has written down, or?
Okay, so those are the ones that we've brainstormed. I don't think we want to use all of them. So, which one of these do we know are going to have answers? Which one of these do we know are going to have actual answers we want? What if they have no plan for people to escape? They have plans for them to escape, but that would not be safe for us. Like, they have secret tunnels guarded by their minion, which allows them to escape just fine, but if we try to go through it, that's possibly the worst way to go.
That is something that we could probably ask somebody, one of the other conspirators, if we catch him alive.
Or, catch them and shove their soul in a jar.
That too. We could probably take that one off and, put it aside for now.
I feel that asking what other conspirators are involved could also result in a sort of genie-style question where they just list a bunch of names that mean nothing to me.
Although they do have to answer truthfully, so if you word the question, if you word the question, in such a way, they would have to give you the completely truthful answer. That's one of the things that makes this better than Speak with Dead, because Speak with Dead be like, "Hey, you killed me." No, fuck you. I'm not answering questions. Soul Cage is the messed up version.
Yeah, if you use Speak with Dead on Auntie Ethel after you kill her, she's really funny about it because she says, "choke and die." It's like, wow.
Yeah. Oh, you actually get different dialogue if you remove a certain item from her inventory or leave it in her inventory.
I took all her shit first.
Yeah, but if she has that trinket on her, her dialogue is different because it's like one of the things that tied to her immortality thing.
I just like that the first thing that she does when you bring her back, she doesn't even allow you to ask a question. She says, "Go fuck yourself," basically.
Uh-huh.
They warn you about that with Speak of Dead. Some corpses might not be so happy to see you.
Yeah.
I disguise self as an interesting spell. But anyways, you can get truthful answers from this one.
That would be a good way to word it.
Yeah, you're getting some whispers from beyond the grave for suggestions.
Okay. So, one, where is your base of operations?
Not bad.
2, plus everything important to know about fellow conspirators.
I have to BRB real quick.
What is the mist? How it?
I feel like asking what is the mist isn't as important as asking how it works.
See, you need you need both though. Fine.
But if we know how it works, it's not as important as knowing how it works is more important than knowing what it is. Because if we know it works, we know how to deal with it. If we know
Spoken
what
like
it
someone
is,
who
we don't
isn't a
necessarily-
necromancer.
Oh my god.
Just thinking how cool it would be to be able to do that themselves.
Okay, let's see how cool it is when you're the corpse.
I never will be. Never gonna die. Grond Rancelgraft, everyone's favorite.
Okay, I'm going to kill you.
You're going
Grund,
to
you hear like a little whisper. She could try.
What?
Yeah, what?
So what questions did you have?
Alright. First question, imprisoned soul of a far weaker necromancer. Where is your base of operations?
You put down this black pearl of a skull, set it down, and it seems to be weeping up. At first, you're a little worried as it seems like mist seems to be wisping off of it before you realize it is not mist, but rather ectoplasm that forms almost like a ghostly mask of what the Ettercap looked. Even though it is a human or humanoid skull, you're not sure if it's like human elf or whatever, but this Ettercap ghostly visage forms around it as she looks to you.
Answer my
Killer.
question, you simpering fool!
And like they seem. Oh, I was about to, but they like eye you and they go, "This was a trick. Well done. Base of operation. I was to claim the ziggurat for my web. I don't know where Cindrilla was going to claim as hers. This was a homecoming for her. Nidhogg had plans. Said his nest would be very close. That I would be his right hand.
You would be close. Not exactly what I wanted, but okay. Tell us everything important you know about your fellow conspirators in this plot.
Her mandibles twitch in a way that Urgent, you'd probably be the one who would recognize it the most, since you hang out. You'd be the one most familiar with Ettercap facial expressions. It's not mandibles, the chelicerae. They kind of twitch in this way where it's kind of like the equivalent of a wry grin before they answer. I was the matriarchs of the Venom Web. I allied myself with the widow Cindrilla. She hates this city. She hated that man, the governor. Her love betrayed, sacrificed into a bloody ocean. She sings for revenge, for lament. It was such a beautiful song. I can still hear it in the distance. Nidhogg. I shall not speak of him yet. The other conspirators of our scheme. There was the Gravetide Captain, Quintus Hollow. He sails for revenge. Denied a role that he sailed for centuries for, believing it was his inheritance, only for it to be given to someone that should have been cast away like so much flotsam in the tides. I think he hopes that he'll show up, that it may be his chance for revenge. The fourth, he is the one that I perhaps fear the most. Ravenous, thirsty for nothing but blood and carnage. He seeks to drink deep of the blood life, of the lifeblood of these islands, of this entire ocean. If he was not so terrified of my master Nidhogg, he would be a great threat to us. Verminash, spawn of Coagula, hungers for what rests in everyone's veins upon these islands.
Ah, shit!
You've heard that name before, Kita. It is. But Nidhogg, the Green Death, Worm Scion, ancient, even among ancients, among the first brood, one of the first of the green. He is no mere imitator, he is the prime, the originator. The sole Dracolichen in this world's existence, he is destined to drink the souls of everyone here and prepare it.
I'm back, sorry.
Oh, damn, I should have waited.
No, you're good.
But
it wasn't anything that could wait, so.
oh, no worries. He just Grund got asked the matriarch's spirit to describe the conspirators, and he named Widow Syndrilla as the Banshee. There's Quintus Hollow, the Gravetide Captain, and there is Verminash, spawn of Coagula, and then Nidhogg, the Green Death.
Okay. Is that the only one we've asked so far?
No, we also asked what their base of operations was and got an answer that is kind of helpful.
Yeah, she wasn't 100% sure. She said that she did say that the ziggurat, the capital ziggurat, was going to be where she would build her web for the Venom Web coven, and that she said Nidhogg said that his lair would be close enough that she would be his right hand. But right. She didn't know about the others. Although, okay, she would have said Quintus Hollow stays with this ship. He cannot leave it for long. That will always be his lair. And, oh, hold on. There was a name for the ship. Captain Quintus Hollow of the Broken Revenge.
Oh.
But, yeah, so. That's what she's got on them.
One more.
Yeah, that's 2 questions so far.
How does the mist that was used to reanimate people by Nidhogg work? In detail, please.
Well, you are perhaps slightly incorrect in its intent. The mists are perhaps my greatest creation. Taking ice from the prison of the ever-frozen. Something so rich in necrotic energy, so suffused with it, that none of this would have been possible without your assistance. The ice, we only had small samples of it to work with until your arrival. The mist, so there is a device that my coven and I created. Devices focused around the ice. We had them waiting around the waters, the sources of river, the aqueducts and the fountains, just waiting for the ice, the final piece. With them, submerged in fresh flowing water, the mists emerge. And those that die within the mist, their souls flow towards our condensers. The ectoplasmic condensers built around this ice, solidifying, dripping, such rich nectar. You can drink the soul of a being and be enriched. Everyone that dies within our mist, Nidhogg will drink.
Oh.
He will drink as if ectoplasmic wine, a vintage fit for a soon-to-be god.
Fuck.
The key, though, the piece that Nidhogg himself carries, that he carries with him to spread the mist to the rest of the archipelago, to ensure that we will have a vast army to consume the shallow sea before returning across the vast ocean. A piece of a god's eye, a ruby fragment stolen from the Empire.
So am I gleaning that right, that it's only a danger if you die in the mist itself doesn't kill you?
Correct.
Okay.
But, okay, so she would also clarify that those who die in the mist basically makes them extremely receptive to reanimation. Not that it reanimates them, it's just basically, it's like, okay, any necromancer can basically come out and put a very low level enchantment on them. Not even like raise, reanimate dead or anything. It's just, they can come over and be like, you, stand up. And she kind of says that's why it's one of her greatest accomplishments. Because, she has to be truthful.
Whew.
Good. Into the gunny sack with you.
And the ectoplasmic illusion disappears.
I relay this information, particularly the fact that the mist itself does not kill us.
Oh, everyone was there. They saw this.
Yeah, we're with you.
Oh, nice.
Well,
It created that little illusion.
Well, some good news, but mostly bad news.
Yeah, the first answer wasn't that helpful, but the rest of it is nice to know, but also horrifying.
Yeah?
I'd rather not get my soul drank. Thanks.
Claiming this ruby seems to be incredibly important for us.
If anyone wants to do a religion or a history check to think about this ruby.
See if I have either of those. No.
Or if you know the lore, setting lore, you can make a wild guess.
I'll try a religion check because
Natural 20.
Both of them are about the same.
Okay. So
I know all. I see all.
if they're to be believed, yeah, Erdrin, that'd be enough to be like, wait, Ruby, like Ruby Empire? They mentioned Empire and, like, you're slowly starting to piece it together before Keith just has like a eureka moment, and you're like, they have a fragment of the Eye of Lekarak, the ruby that gave the Empire its power to control storms and weather on a vast scale.
That's what I was afraid of.
Son of a bitch.
That's a shard of Lekarak's eye.
Mother, I don't need any of this.
With that,
this all sucks. So they got god bits, and they got bits from fucking centuries old necromancer dragon. Do you think if I kill myself in here, they won't be able to drink my soul?
This would probably be the one place that you'd be safe to do that, honestly.
Yeah.
He's gonna look at Brandon and go, what's the ghoul's name again? Fuck it, just Clump. Kloop. You know what? Kloop can eat me. After I kill myself.
Thank you for your contribution.
Wilbur waggles his antenna at you in concern.
Wilbur, you'll be fine. You can go home.
Let's not jump to that first.
I mean, that's my last resort plan. I'm gonna try first, but if I start dying, I'm gonna drag my dying ass over here.
No, yeah, same.
Just out of spite, I'm not gonna die. Just out of spite, I'm not gonna die until I'm back in the walls. I'm not gonna let that son of a bitch drink me. Gross. Kloop can eat me though. I know Kloop. That's fine.
I don't want strangers consuming my body.
I don't want strangers eating me.
I appreciate your devotion to making sure that my tool remains functional.
Yeah, you're well.
I didn't realize our friendship was so deep.
Oh, by the way, Brund, speaking of Kloop, he still has that fragment of the ice stored inside him.
Yep.
If you want to investigate that.
And not bring it anymore into the hospital, because that could fuck shit up.
Yeah, see, I don't want to investigate that right now is the thing.
Okay, well, I was just going to say, we're about to have a... Yeah, I'm just going to say, we're about to have, like, a few days time skip. So there will be chances for, like, if people wanted to, like, do more discussions or, like, attempt to reach out to people, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so, but for this tonight, you're all pretty exhausted. Because, you had a long day, you had fun at the festival, then you...
did it?
I did. I ate a bunch of food.
Yeah, you had some fun time at the festival before, you all became nosy bodies.
Well, that was your problem.
So, you all... so it's it's pretty late too, so you're all pretty exhausted. So,
I was fucking going to see my brother.
Well, mission accomplished. You saw him just a little bit ago.
Oh yeah, I am going to tell my brother those things, by the way, about, fucking spawn of Coagula.
Yeah. So,
like,
okay.
He's probably going to be gunning for this place. Yeah, well, not tonight, because he's also trying to get some rest.
Yeah, okay.
The next day.
Yeah, so, we're going to do a time skip then. Unless there was any last minute things you all wanted to talk about. Krill, you were kind of quiet during that, unless Raven still BRB'd. Yep. So, Dracula is real and he's here. Dracula is real and he wants inside our house.
What do I say? No, obviously.
Tell him to go fuck himself.
I said he could wait in the kitchen.
I just realized that I've been using the same accent that I used for the very brief Strahd game where I was playing a Kender. And I think that's fitting somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's another, short person in an undead horribleness.
I'm just thinking of that one thing of, like, I withdraw my invitation to the house, and the vampire's forced to slide backwards out.
Oh god, from True Blood, yeah.
If a vampire wants in your home, just say no.
That show is a mess. But anyways, you all go to, you find your rest. Dreams are probably a little rough for some of you.
They're fucked up, man.
Yeah, been a rough night. You saw some horrible things racing through the chaos of the streets. Sleep probably doesn't come easy to many of you.
Yeah, probably not.
I say many, but Grun probably sleeps peacefully.
Yep. Well, no. Grunt's tosses and turns each night thinking, it should have been me. It should have been my thing.
And yeah, you do. That's what your dreams tell you. It's like, should have been you, Grund. Should have been you. It can be you. But yeah. So,
A little appears on your shoulder. You weren't good enough.
Okay, so do I actually have multiple voices in my head, or is this just a joke that we're playing?
well, it was just one voice.
Wait, seriously?
That's not Grun's. I mean, not trying to draw attention to it, but yeah, Grun, you've been hearing a voice. We'll say after the few days, you're like, something's been whispering to you. But,
shit.
So, anyways, we'll get to that. The next day, we're just going to speed through some of the, the next day, it's a lot of people getting, people starting to come in from, also braving so the mists do not dissipate. They are thick and persistent, even when you guess the sun is at high noon, just should have burned away the mist long, hours ago. But the mist continues to persist, cool and kind of ever present. If it wasn't, for the case of, being a deadly thing, it would actually be a very comfortable thing for us, for what would normally be a very humid day. It's nice and cool. But, there's a big but.
The apocalypse.
Yeah. Thankfully, there is not since the night Nidhogg flew across, no one has heard any more booming proclamations. No one has heard the beating of wings. But, it seems that he is not in the city, or at least he is not flying around the city if he is within it, at least. There were a few times during the night where it's reported that some undead try to scale the walls, some of the more nimble undead. But actually, thanks to Kloop and some of the ghouls, they actually helped, stand guard at night. So the ghouls that are, still on the living side are, they're earning their keep, at least in the eyes of the people defending the temple. But who wanted? Was there was specific things someone wanted to do the next day?
Talk to my brother, tell him about spawn of Coagula.
Yeah, when you tell him, he's like, he needles you a bit before you reveal like the soulcage thing, and he kind of like does the Haruto equivalent of like pinching the bridge of his nose, but there is no.
Hey,
nose.
I didn't do it.
And he goes, no, it's just that is a very profane necromancy spell. It's not even like speaking with the soul, with the dead. That's consuming them to force answers. But anyways, Vermin Nash. Hold on, let me see if he. Let me roll for him. See if he recognizes that name. It's a name I was very proud of making, by the way, for a vampire.
Verminash?
Yeah, I'll spell it.
It's pretty good. Hell yeah.
Do you think Coagula and has a mandate
Well,
to like you must have a pun name?
Maybe.
You're my child?
Based vampire.
Must have a fun.
Well, he rolled a 24 for that as he kind of goes,
Oh my god.
Vermin Nash, if the records are accurate, was one of the first of Coagula's acolytes back when he was.
Shit.
Back when Coagula and Sanguisuga were still mostly mortal. It was right after they had. It was when they were demigods, basically. He was like one of his. Oh. Verminash was the name he took upon becoming vampire. Oh. And he gets this look that you've never seen your brother. You know, he's always been like the confident one, the one who is always like, things will work out. He's always, had faith and stuff. But this is the most like worried you've ever seen him look. And he starts doing like the Haruto version of pacing. He goes, they're going to come here. There's no other reason why Verminash evolved. But he's like more muttering to himself, but he's not like saying exactly.
Focus.
But right. Okay, well, as long as the wards stay up, even something like Verminash can't get in, so it'll be safe. We'll be safe.
But we need to start planning our way out. We don't want to. This is only going to get worse.
I know I said I wouldn't leave the city as long as there were others still here needing help. But if Verminash is here, I cannot leave the temple. I cannot. No, you don't understand, Kita. Do a persuasion check.
Oh, God.
This won't be hard, because it's like he wants to tell you something, but something about, the doctor, you get the vibe that maybe something about the okay. How do you persuade him? This natural 20.
Okay. Like, puts her hands on his shoulders. Look, I'm sure you have oaths and things, but right now, every living thing, every dead thing here is in danger. Anything we have that could help, or just any information that you could share, now is the fucking time.
Okay, it's nothing that can help us. It's more something that this Ettercap spirit, this necromancer, said that he wanted to drink something here. He wanted to drink
our souls.
No, Verminash.
Oh. What did you say Verminash wanted?
Yeah, he wanted to drink every drop that the city had to offer.
Oh.
I know, tangling the metaphors a bit, he wants to drink all the blood, Nidhogg wants to drink the souls,
There's a lot of
getting
drinking.
a little bit muddy.
Yeah.
Everybody's thirsty.
All these thirsty bitches.
It's a very efficient system. Some people get the meat, some people get the souls.
Coagula, the god of thirst.
The god of thirsty. He wants to drink everything in the city.
He wants to drink what is in the vault.
Oh, fuck. There's a vault?
Yeah. The blood vault. So you would know. Okay, so this isn't like such a big surprise, really, because they do have like stores of blood that is used for both ritual and medical purposes.
Yeah.
The blood clerics, they don't have to worry about like mixing up blood types. They can compensate for that, but he goes. One of the reasons why this temple was founded was to protect a relic, a basin of Saint Sanguisuga's blood,
Fuck
gifted
off.
to his mortal followers in case there was ever a plague that their magics and medicine could not heal.
God, if he drinks that, God knows what it'll do to him.
God knows. Which I think is the plan for them.
Okay, so we're like... I'm sorry, but like... We're gonna find that... We're gonna go get that blood and like... destroy it, right?
No, that's part of what's powering the barrier, the wards.
Shit!
Here,
of course it is.
Follow me. And he takes you down flights to where, like, in the belly of this, like, temple ziggurat. It's... Again, I say ziggurat, but it's really like not really a ziggurat. It's just vaguely ziggurat shape. I'm not describing it well. But he takes you down to a chamber with a large stone door where, if you don't know better, it would almost look like the door was made out of, carved to look like coiling snakes, but those are leeches. And he goes over to where like a lock would be, but there is the 3 teeth of a leech. And he reaches out, cuts his finger on it, and drips some blood on it, and the door slithers open, and you see this chamber.
Oh fuck. Roll 20. Cooperate. Why
are you laughing so nervously?
Do you not like it? I spent a lot. I worked hard on it.
This is a holy place.
I love it.
It's awesome.
I made this map entirely myself, all yesterday.
Awesome.
Man, they got bubbling vats of forehead jelly for us to drink.
Forehead jelly.
Yum yum yum.
Living.
Okay, so it was really hard finding like pooling blood effects. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I had to use lava and try to make it look like blood.
It looks fine.
I mean, it's god blood, so
I think it looks delicious.
Yeah.
It can afford to be weird.
But those are the. He points to those because he's this is as far as he goes, where he goes, those two, these are fairly large, and these are kind of like 5 feet in the air, so people have to duck under to get over here. But it pools down. Actually, the channels would be empty at the moment, but there's a basin here where he goes, this is where we gathered the blood for rituals and medicine. This is part of the vault. This is the blood of both donated faithful and clerics past. We donate our blood to ensure the health for the future. But that's not what I'm concerned with. And he points in the back, and he's not slithering back there, where you see a brass statue of Saint Sanguisuga, a fairly modest one, robed with the caduceus staff in hand, candles adorning the statue and surrounding it, and surrounding him, you actually see in the distance what looks to be like cremation urns and various jugs of what looks to be preserved blood. And off to the sides, there are several coffins, which he explains those were, previous saints and high clerics that he goes someday he hoped to be, interred alongside them. And he's actually mentioned that before when you've talked with him, just in your past. Yeah. But you've never been to this chamber. But he says that pool over there goes, That is the blood of Saint Sanguisuga, given to his faithful before his full ascension into godhood.
Oh no.
Yeah, how does it feel that you're staring at a literal relic in the Catholic sense of a body part of a god?
Get some of them tortilla chips. You can just dip them in.
Specifically your god, who I think helped elevate your kind to sentience.
Well,
Yep.
no.
Or,
Well, no.
how does that go?
Harunos were a race before Saint Sanguisuga. He is a saint because they were mortal demigods before their full ascension into godhood. They walked the earth for a time. Coagula became the first vampire before he became the god of vampirism.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's right.
So, yeah, Sanguisuga and Coagula, that wasn't their original names. They were twins who found a dying god, wounded in the battle to eviscerate Solaris, and Sanguisuga tasted the blood to see if he could find a way to help heal him, because that's one of the things. A Haruno healer can taste the blood to taste disease in someone's blood to figure out how to heal them. Or it's like, oh, the blood tastes like this, you have a ruptured kidney, that kind of thing. But his brother, who was supposed to be a healer as well, gave in to the hunger and fed and consumed the blood of this god, but also some of the gore that was gripped in the god's hand. Kita, you would know this because, other people would need a religion check, but you would know this because your brother would have told you this and you would know it. Because there was a time you almost became a cleric. But,
yeah.
Coagula also found a chunk of Solaris's bloody flesh in the grip of the dying god and fed on that as well, inheriting his hunger, becoming the first vampire. So.
Huh.
Yeah, so your brother, you kind of get why your brother's like, we can't let this guy drink this shit.
Oh.
The solution is obviously you must drink it first.
You joke!
And beat him to it.
Clip in the background, cake stand!
If I do start to go into the room, does he stop me?
He kind of puts a hand out and on your shoulder. He goes, hold on, there's do a dex save.
What?
Dexterity saving throw as you try to step past.
Oh no. Well, if he puts his hand out, I'm not gonna push past him.
Well, you hold on. Just okay. You don't boop off of it in a comical way. You're just like, what? And then your hand goes up and you feel there is a wall of force.
Oh.
He goes, yeah, I don't want you walking face first into that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's powerful, but it is not, invincible. It can be.
It's not, fucking uber vampire powerful.
I mean, as long as the wards stay up and the blood remains undisturbed, there are other wards throughout the hospital that have to be protected, and we have people watching it and making sure they're safe. But as long as those stay up, vampires, undead can't get in here. Not even those trying to ride the bodies of the living.
How do you get in there?
I would have to lower it, or someone incredibly powerful with magic would have to break it.
Okay. Because if worse comes to worse and we get overrun, we gotta destroy this.
I don't know if that's even possible. But you're right. We would have, if we can. if this temple is going to be lost, we would have Kita. We would have to try to transport it. We would have to hide it.
Pauses. Ah, fuck.
But
You're not
for
gonna
now, what?
You're not gonna like this.
No, probably not. What's your? He kind of gets this look where he's kind of guessing what you're about to suggest, and he just has that brotherly look of like, please don't say it.
Look, this isn't for me. This whole goody two-shoes cleric business. But I'm not gonna just, like, ditch everybody behind. But I've been putting some thought into how to get out of this. I've been thinking about reaching out to a recent acquaintance.
Someone that could help?
Help is a strong word for a hag.
That concern what goes in from like, what are you into? To like, oh, Kia, seriously?
Look, we had to fight her sisters to get the thing currently causing this issue. But she might be up to like.
You gotta contact her and say, hey, do you want it back?
I was gonna contact her and be like, hey, you scratch my back, I scratch yours,
So you believe the solution is to contact a embodiment of the monkey's paw?
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
this is only part of it, so shh.
He's just like flabbergasted, just like, Kita,
Look.
I know this is a desperate times, but this might be too desperate a measure.
Look, we don't have to tell her what that is, but she might be able to get us at least a way out of here.
For a vial of it and for payment, probably.
Okay, a vial of it to a hag is better than the fucking vampire drinking it all.
I don't know. It could be an equivalent problem there, Kita.
I don't know.
A vial versus the whole thing? Look.
Okay.
I've already have an offer in mind for her. Okay. It's not the blood.
Kita, please, as your brother and the now head cleric of this temple, please do not offer the most holy relic of my order.
Okay, no, I have an idea for what I'm going to offer already, and it's not this. Okay.
Okay.
You don't want to know what it is, but it's
Pokemon
not,
cards.
it's not, your holiest of relics.
The more you try the more that this conversation goes on, the more concerned I am, Kita. So I think I hear my nurses calling me.
I hear my god calling.
Hey. Go.
God's calling me for dinner. I gotta go.
But he's not like slithering off he's like, what's the plan, Kita?
I'm gonna reach out to her, see if she's even amenable to what I'm thinking, and maybe she could help me figure out a way away from here that we could maybe traffic the people through. That was a bad choice of words.
Accurate
Okay.
though.
Well, getting people out of the city would be a good start, so.
And, if we're moving people, we're gonna have to move this too. She doesn't need to know. Well, or this is not going to be part of a deal or anything. But
Yes, just please don't even mention it to your friends.
I don't intend to.
That human with the peculiar odor.
Yeah, no.
The
necromancer. Keep an eye on him.
Of course.
I don't really trust him. Like, I trust him not to get himself killed, but I don't really trust him not to jump out there and join Nidhogg when he has the chance.
That's so mean. We've been
It is
friends,
not.
and I'm a fan favorite character.
Well, let's hope his ambition.
I can't wait till you die.
God.
No one can.
Anyways, goes. All right. Well, good luck, I guess, dealing with your hag. I have patience.
Yeah, go.
Ironically, he's out of patience with this conversation.
Man, that's how 50s sitcom husbands talk about their wives.
Oh no. So, God. A blood ocean.
Look,
no, I was reading what Raven was saying.
If he wants to if he wants to drink it, we could just flush it into the ocean. They're like, here, fucker, drink the ocean. You leech ass idiot.
Yeah, let it just dilute it so much.
Yeah.
It's still salt water.
Look, we might need to destroy it, in which case we might like fucking blow it up or like fucking bury it in this place.
Telling you, sippy
or,
straw.
Look, I have legitimately
get grund a crazy straw. We got no problem.
Look, you're not the one who can drink blood.
The Winifred solution.
I
was about to say,
drink blood if they got enough gumption.
I'm gonna say anyone can drink blood. It's just getting over.
It's mostly water.
Yeah.
There's some
It's
sugar
not
in there
good
too.
for you.
It actually
No,
is. There's a lot of nutrients in it. I mean, I guess it depends. Is it arterial blood or venous blood?
God blood.
Because if that shit's
It's
fresh
God
from
blood,
the
so
heart,
it's juicy.
that's got some good shit in it. But if it's if it's on the way back to the heart, then yeah, I don't want that shit. That shit's less healthy for you. There's less nutrients in there.
But anyways, so you have that conversation with your brother. Skipping ahead a bit, you find someone that can get you a scroll of sending.
Cool.
So you secure that. The next day,
We don't need to go over all the exact messages. We can do that in between sessions.
Well,
no, I think you need to with the hag.
Yeah,
we might have to.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. So I was just gonna say, rest of you, is there anything you wanted to do besides just survivor time?
Grund wants to see if he can get some maps to figure out where would be a place near the ziggurat that could be a nice place for a Draco Lich. Because that is the one info we've got about their headquarters, is that, the big base of operations is somewhere near the ziggurat.
I can help you with that. Okay. I'm also going to point out this right here. That's my theory.
Oh yeah, the Dragon's Vault Bank, that is the temple bank for Telbezdius, the dragon god of the count, or the god of money and currency and economy.
Where else
which is why it's like
want to be?
Yeah, it's right. That's why it's right next to the Grand Marketplace.
Yeah. Hail the Grand Dragon.
Yeah.
That's only my theory.
Yeah.
So,
it's a good one.
So, as you guys look over it, we'll say this is just so you aren't rushing off to the final encounter way too soon. We're gonna say this takes a little bit, but as you're discussing it, finding maps, there are some maps that are in the hospital because they would sometimes have to go respond to like accidents, on site or whatever. But you could eventually find sufficient maps to start looking that over. So you've been doing that. Krill.
Yeah.
At some time during the day, what's Krill been doing? You like helping man the walls, like defend it and such? Because there will be the occasional like undead trying to sneak over the walls or going for the barriers.
Man the walls. He probably has been sleeping around the main door, and basically anytime there's undead near or around, he will basically go out and just start curb stomping them until there's enough. Oh, hang on. Are they like just constant undead surrounding this place, or just like groups now and again?
It's not like Dawn of the Dead, where like the mall's getting surrounded, like swarms deep. But it's just every once in a while, like a few times an hour or so, a group or like a handful or a solitary one will emerge from the mist and go for the walls or the barrier, the gates.
Okay. So yeah, like basically he actually goes out and essentially fights while people are shooting or stabbing down from the walls. And then once it's clear, he basically walks a perimeter looking for any sneaky undead, around the building.
Yeah.
And then he'll stand in front of the door just outside, looking off the distance for like 10, 20-ish minutes. Nothing shows up. He goes back inside.
Yeah. And occasionally,
he hasn't said a word. He hasn't asked for permission. He just does this.
Yeah, and people are welcome. You're welcomed to help because there aren't as many fighters as there perhaps could be, but there's city guards that survived, some of the constabulary, some people of the Navy that were in for the festival are helping out. But the a few times you would hear like screaming approaching as you would see a group of survivors racing to get to safety, pursued by a pack of undead. You would go and join in, get help from some of the others.
He absolutely would run out and intercept, basically just Hulk rush the crowd.
Oh yeah, and it takes a few times, but people like they see you rush out, and people are like, "Wait, stay behind the walls, damn it!" And like some people rush out, but after by like the second or third time, there are people who like immediately hop up and go and rush out to join you.
If anyone tries to follow him, he will push them back. Like essentially, shove them rudely back through the door. He very bluntly only goes out alone. Yeah.
Well, then people then they stand around the guard, the gate to make sure people can get in. But yeah,
I'm assuming there's not many or any really Karkanos here, since they probably took the water and fucking bailed.
Yeah, you're not the only Karkanos, but yeah, that's kind of the vibe you got. Especially also same with like Tritons and such that were in the town.
But, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, just like, all right, I'm diving into the river. Good luck.
It's like, well, shit, I can't help this. I'm getting out.
But yeah, you about mid-afternoon on the first day that you get a contact from a familiar voice that you get a sending from Joloth, the gnome kind of secretary of Vithelma. Yeah, you talked to her previously. She goes, Krill, found some survivors, escorting them to the temple. Because I'm going to say she contacted you last night again, and you informed her that as you're racing towards the temple, she contacted you, and you told her you were going there. So she's like, he would have
said, going to the temple, boss is compromised, trust nothing.
Yeah,
it's probably his reply.
Yeah, because she was contacting you and JJ about the whole. It's like, hey, the boss is weird. She took off. I can't find the people who are working on the docks. shit's weird. But yeah, you get this message saying, Krill found a group of survivors, escorting them in. Think we got a pack of ghouls on our tails. Be ready. And sure enough, they come in, and this halfling. Normally she's like dressed, just like casual business attire, but this time she's like full on in her rogue outfit. She's an arcane trickster. And she's just running it with some others, people you recognize from the syndicate, like Braff Sods, the bouncer, and they escort the people. They're excited to see you, and she's just like goes,
He's just at the door, and he'll open the door before moving out towards the undead.
Yeah, and she fights with you to stop them out. And Kloop also joins, and they chase off the ghouls. These ones seemed a little more feral than like Kloop and some of the others. They weren't really like wearing armor or even had weapons.
Newly made, probably.
Yeah. And once it's all the conflict is done, she's just like panting and catching her breath, and she goes, "It's good to see you, Krill. Whew. Didn't think I'd be running that much today." Just goes, they escorted in like about a dozen people, like her and a handful of the others you recognize from the syndicate, and actually some that you recognize from other syndicates. It seems that like the rivalries are kind of like dissolving, and it's like us versus the undead, the living versus the dead.
Probably the most selfish piece of shits either took themselves out or got taken out by other people. So everyone else is just like, well, we need to live now.
Yeah. So, but people you probably would have expected to tussle in back alleys, like a month before. Now just like helping each other out. Yeah. Actually, there was quite a bit of recent conflict, and you realize that might have been the possessed Vithilna stirring shit up, because there was a lot of recent conflict between some of the syndicates. She explains that she's going to go back out. She thinks some of the others told her that she's been in contact with some of the other people from the syndicate, and she goes, believe it or not, we're kind of becoming like an escort service to get people to safety. Not even asking for payment. Can you believe it? But got some others out there like Corbez. Run into him. Corbez, you would know, is a bugbear that was also like a kind of like a bruiser in the syndicate. A leg breaker. And she goes,
not
he's
like
actually
you.
She goes, he's with another group at the moment. I'm going to go meet up with them later. I think they're holed up somewhere where it's a little too active, and I'm staying in contact with him until it's a little bit easier to go slip everyone out. But otherwise, if the syndicate hideout wasn't what's the word? I'm blanking.
Compromised?
Compromised. That's the exact word. She goes, that would be a good spot to hold up, but the boss was in on this. She gestures angrily to the mist.
Now that she's here and he's not like fighting for word count or time, Krill will actually speaks for the first time in days. Just his powerful banshee got into the boss.
Oh shit.
He's also going to like gesture on. Also, is an old vampire, powerful, lurking, leech folk.
It's never. When it rains, it floods.
The dragon's gone for the moment.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him. Although we did hear that. I did get a contact from a message from one of our branches out in the other cities. Hold on, I have to go. What was the city name? Sorry. Oh, Lectrol. Lectrol is another city-state that's allied with Kolezar. It's one of the Modhur archipelago. She goes, apparently he showed up and blanketed the place in mist, and things started to go to hell there last night too. This morning, I guess he might be flying around, dragging that mist everywhere.
Just slowly nods. This island is done for. We need to leave. No usual methods. All methods compromised, assumed.
Yeah, I was at the docks when I saw that ghost ship attack, and then was running along it again this morning. There was some ships try to make a break for it. Not all of them got taken out, but what brave bastards! It looked like one of the last Navy ships that didn't get taken out. Wasn't even as big as the pirates. Try to distract it. They put up a good fight from what I could tell through the mist. And while some other ships try to sail out while it was distracted, but something came up from below and got them. Something big.
Mm.
And she kind of looks at you and she goes, if I had to guess, it must have been a whale.
Oh, fuck.
He's just gonna nod slowly and then kind of, he doesn't say anything, but just kind of like, yeah, that sounds about right for today.
So I don't think we're sailing out of here.
Or at least we ain't sailing the usual route.
Yeah, well, I'm starving. I'm going to go inside and get some food.
He's going to pause for, and he goes, like, before she goes, he's just going to reach out and put a hand, just a huge fucking clawed hand on her shoulder. He's going to look down at her and just JJ is dead. The Banshee got him.
And her expression falls, and she, like, puts her, considerably smaller hand on yours, on her shoulder, and she goes, I bet he went spitting in her eye, though. Only way I can see him dying. Cursing and calling someone a bitch.
There's almost a twitch of a smile. Almost.
But...
That he's going to let her go in, and he's going to, take his 10 minutes observing before, going inside as well.
Yeah. So over the next few days, Joloth comes in and out with some of the others, and you meet Corbez, the bugbear. He comes up, but he also goes back out because, despite being such a large figure, bugbears are very sneaky. So he's actually able to sneak around fairly well.
Into sock drawer.
Bugbears would do well during
Being
some
that
of the
big should not be
apocalypse,
that quiet.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Flathead might have been a bugbear in life.
Well, it's like, I was wondering who DZ's next character is going to be. Like, oh, sneaky bugbear bruiser, got some money on that. Fail, damn.
Well, but they don't stay long. They go back out with Joloth, which I actually have. Joloth's, I made a quick token for her to read earlier. But yeah, other than that, Urgent, you doing okay?
I'm doing good. He's having a crisis in a corner somewhere every once in a while, but he's fine. He goes and helps wherever he needs.
Like a liar.
Look, he's doing as well as he can.
You and Krill, if she sees Krill, Hita's gonna grab.
He doesn't leave the door unless you guys specifically go get him. He almost lives by the damn doorway, going out and murdering undead every now and again.
Then yeah, she'll go grab him.
Yep. People do bring food out, food and drink out to the people manning the walls.
I guess
so.
she could just take Erdrin out there and sit with you, because it's pretty quiet, isolated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you go out at the moment, it's been fairly silent, except the occasional distant scream or ghoul howling in the distance.
Yeah, but there's not a whole ton of people to like listen in on our conversation.
Right.
So
what you want to discuss?
I've got a little bit of an idea.
Well, that's more than I got, so we'll hit it.
I've already started it. She holds up like the used sending scroll. You remember that hag?
Oh my god.
Oh, did you already talk to her? We have to have like the actual conversation.
Okay. I mean, we'll do. Okay.
Okay.
Because I got that day too. So I guess we should do that first before this conversation.
It could be
Yes,
like
absolutely.
you tell us and we're having a slight flashback now. We'll just do it.
Yeah.
The Batman, Batman TV show dissolved.
Yeah. God, I need to fucking count words. God damn it.
So I called the hag, and she used magic to take over my mind, and actually I'm the hag now.
Well, no, that's not a thing that I can do over ascending.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Not without a ritual, anyways.
Yeah.
So,
well, hags aren't known for their rituals, so I guess you're safe.
I know it's hard to fit a marriage proposal in 25 words.
Yeah.
Hey, no hard feelings, but I'll offer you my immortal soul if you help me out.
What about my mortal soul?
Funny thing is, there shouldn't be such a thing, but given how fiction often treats souls as destructible, technically most souls in fiction are immortal.
Yeah, JJ got a little tattered there. Plus, Grund is, eating pieces of souls. I saw what your other items were.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, no, 15.
So,
what's it called? A coven, yeah.
Coven, yeah.
5, 6,
Which you took out 2 of the 3,
12.
so it's not much of a coven anymore.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so do you want me to read this out, or
You can,
I'm posting it in this chat room down here.
Yeah, you can read it out. It's good to have that just to make sure.
Yeah. This is Kita, part of the group you fought. Am Blood Sorcerer, things here bad. Maybe join you in Coven. My powers could be very useful.
God, that's ballsy.
Yeah. Look, we're
Actually, okay, so the reply goes, "Wow, you are a gutsy little worm. I like that gumption. Yes, I remember you. Yes, I saw you steal the relics off my sister's bodies. Your powers would be interesting to add to a coven. As you realize, she's going way over the character limit.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to follow fucking rules. Fuck
you.
She's just like,
she's
not gonna lie, it would be
talking
pretty.
to me.
would be pretty curious to have your powers on the coven, no lie. Never had a Haruto sister before. A leech hag. That has a nice ring to it. Roll a persuasion check.
Oh fuck! Oh god! Oh shit! Oh
And remember,
fuck!
there are many means of persuasion. There are other ways of control.
This is more for like first impressions. Because you did kill her sisters. Stop trying. She goes,
Hey, we tried not to be fair.
That's what you say?
Hard.
You just say that out loud?
No, I said that to you. Is she like, has she like opened a communication between us, or do I still need to go get another scroll?
You haven't tried responding.
Okay, I'll try. Should I count my words?
Well, you don't know if, you don't know if it's ascending or what.
Okay, I'll experimentally say, well, I did try and get through that without any bloodshed.
That would have been very fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Besides, Sally and Joyce, they were such bores anyways. But, they needed a good time out.
Clearly you were the smartest, because you avoided that fight altogether.
Yes, although I'm sure that will earn their ire once they come back, if they come back. But, yes, funny. You really should have let us keep the ice, huh?
Yeah.
I hear weather there is a little foggy.
It's more of a mist.
Oh, semantics, but I get what you're saying. But I'll consider
Nobody here. Okay.
I'll consider your offer, Kita.
Of course. I don't want to presume.
It has been funny watching you all. And the line and the connection goes silent. You try to like what? Hello? There's no other response.
Wait, what? What? Okay. I mean, I'm not. And then we go back. So
Urgent and Curl. That's what the conversation was.
So I will say, in the retelling, Kita did keep out the part where she offered to join the coven. It's more like, hey, shit's bad. Yeah, she left that part out. It was more like, I reached out because it was a hag who probably isn't a fan of this shit either.
The fact you didn't mention any sort of payment to hags who are very transactional just immediately makes Krill suspicious. He doesn't say anything, just me like, well, there's something going on here that's not being told.
So,
I mean, that's fair.
Erdrin is just sitting there with his head in his hand, and he's just like looking at you like, so, like, what do we gotta... This is a hag. What are we supposed to do for her to help?
The funny thing is, Krill being cautious, but Quiet Hearts being like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Quiet Hearts doesn't know about hags. Quirrell does.
Yeah, fair.
She ain't just gonna help us because of the kindness of her heart,
No. Nah. She's smarter than that.
Kindness probably hurts her.
So what
Look,
did you...
I don't know. I don't know exactly what she'll want yet.
You just opened an open conversation with a hag.
Okay, okay, fine. I did offer her something. Jeez.
Holy shit, good, because fuck it.
I offered to join her coven.
Alright.
Look. I didn't want to... I wasn't planning to live here my whole life. I was only around this long because of my brother, and that's not going to be a permanent stop either.
I don't think much is gonna be a permanent stop except for, any points to the ground.
And so, like, I'll fucking join a coven. I'll get my heart torn out. I don't care.
Yeah, alright. I mean... I still think it's a bad deal, but...
Hey, look. The deal for me, this work, if she says yes, this deal's good for me no matter what. I'm not here anymore, and I get to be a hag.
I'm smarter than anyone else who's ever made a hag, because I want to be fucked over.
No, she wants to be
everyone else is like everyone who's have dealt with a hag is stupid. I'm a genius though. This will only work out well.
It's the Ferengi. I don't want to stop the exploitation. I want to be the exploiter.
Kind of. Kita's not a great person. She's not, a monster, but she is, an active criminal.
I mean, none of us are monsters. We're all decent people.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
a monster. I'm a corpse.
But yeah,
don't worry, we're getting to you soon. Sorry.
No, I don't. No, this has been very amusing.
Look.
JJ's absence makes it more vivid.
You without JJ here, there's no one to lead these shenanigans. Look, you got into this ship by accident. I chose this life. I know what I'm about.
I suppose
I'm not gonna
fair. As long as
I don't plan to leave everyone behind, but I'm hoping to find a way to get people away from here.
I mean, that's fair. Just, don't do what hags do, all the time, and make a deal, and then, turn it around on me. If we get out of this, just let me leave, and I'll never, interact with any of you again.
I intend to.
Fantastic. Then I approve of your plan.
That's why I didn't bring Grunt out here, because... That's why I didn't bring Grunt out here, because I fully intend for him to die before this is over.
Wow. I mean...
Klupu was just kind of sitting up to the side. Gasp.
Hey, if he was right there, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, no, he's not close enough to be listening.
Look, she doesn't think Kloop likes Grund either, but he is loyal, so...
He's a loyal employee.
Yeah.
I've been giving Kloop the best corpses from those who didn't make it. I feel Kloop fucking loves me.
The other ghouls are pretty happy too because Kloop's been sharing.
I don't particularly like him either, but...
Okay, if he had the chance, I don't doubt that he'd join Nidhogg. And, I'm the one getting ready to join a hag here. So, what's that say about him?
You're suspicious?
Fine. That's fine.
Says that he didn't get us.
Suspicious as hell.
Says that he was a Johnny come lately to being the first party member to join the evil team. That's what it says.
Hey, look, hags are evil, but they're not, world-ending evil. That's not really their style.
You don't know, Lizzie.
They just like to fuck people over. That's what Erdrin's worried about.
Yeah.
He's like, you're gonna turn into a hag and you're going to immediately fuck me over. And I didn't make a deal with you.
Look. For,
Krill's just sitting
if
there
it
in
matters
silence.
later, if it matters later, you two, I have no intention of fucking either of you over. You two are healthy. You two have helped me survive this and helped me get this far.
So have I.
If I can help you two get out, I'm going to help you two get out. If I become a hag before you're away, I intend to hold that part of the bargain. Okay? Is that better?
Yeah, I mean, I trust you, but you know there's, like, multiple ways a hag can twist that, right?
I know.
You could,
I'm
like,
not a
turn
hag
me
yet, so, like,
into a snail, and then when you leave with me in your pocket, you're technically getting me out of here.
I mean, wouldn't that still be better than getting your soul drank by a fucking Dracolich?
It would, but then I'm a fucking snail in your pocket for the rest of my life, and a snail don't live that long.
I mean, again, you're not dying here and be getting your soul drank.
I'm just
So,
saying,
like,
Are you really ready for this?
that's a lot of the fucking
Wilbur
shit
looks
that
really
hag do.
concerned. Wilbur looks really concerned for a beetle.
He pats Wilbur on the head and is like, you'll be fine. I don't think they much care about the...
Yeah, beetles live a long time. Snails, it depends on the snail.
You are, like, gonna live for a very long time, probably longer than I do.
Look, I don't expect myself to just completely change after I become a hag. Like, sure, things are going to be different, and
I'm sure neither did the hags.
No, you don't become a hag by accident. You know what you're doing. I expect to be maybe more of a bitch after this, but
I'm just saying, like, I am trusting you to keep your word to get me out of this, and not make me a snail.
Well,
no snailing.
Alive, well, and not a snail.
I don't care if you
Both
turn me into,
up.
like, anything else. Just don't turn me into a snail.
Sea slug is okay.
A slug.
That's breaking, like, a lot of boundaries if you turn me into a snail after I asked you not to.
Yeah.
Wait. I
Granda
won't turn
and
you
I are on
into
the
a snail.
same page. Slug. Sea slug.
Honestly, worse than being a snail. At least a
not-
snail has a house.
Do not...
Slug's just a,
You know, actually,
a slug is just
No
a homeless
slug.
snail.
A sea slug is better because, you know, ocean.
I will
No mosques.
I will find a way to come back and kill you if you turn me into a snail.
God.
Or anything like
Urgent?
it.
Wait,
Urgent is the immortal, invincible killer
yeah,
snail.
you're a snail!
I will find a way out of pure spite.
God.
Oh, fuck.
Vengeance.
I'm the immortal?
Vengeance Paladin Ranger Snail.
God, I'm dying.
Okay, so
Okay, so we can wrap up that
this
conversation.
Yeah, this is running in circles, but
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
hilarious.
Fuck.
Krill,
just
what's
wanna-
your reaction to all this?
Krill just slowly nods along, glancing between the two. He doesn't seem to react one or the other. He seems to, his opinion, or at least his inaction, seems to hint that he's like, well, if that's your choice, it's a dumb fucking choice, so I'm not going to stop you.
What were you gonna say, Skantha?
I just want to, like, imagine that conversation with Krill just kind of watching between us like a tennis match goes on for longer than it should.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just the eye stalks going back and forth.
Yes.
Yeah, like you keep finding like loopholes to ask Kita to cover and shit.
Yeah.
And
So-
at the end, we agree that she will not turn me into any invertebrate.
Yeah,
That still
Okay,
opens a
weasel
lot of
time.
doors, but
I'll make
Weasel time.
I'll make you a weasel. That's a win-win.
No, a fungus.
Oh,
Didn't say an invertebrate. That's not an invertebrate. It's not even Kingdom
Hey,
Alamala.
Yeah.
Can eventually grow into a myconid.
Yeah.
oh my god.
But anyways, so
Anyway,
yeah, Kita. After that conversation, a few minutes after that, you're about it. You're as frustrated as you would want to be after that.
yeah.
I don't know if you want to be frustrated, but
No, she's
You're-
probably
you're-
like kind of frustrated, but like she gets it. Like,
but you hear Lizzie go, "I just don't get it, dear. You do."
oh, What?
After a while, I think it's Erdrin is making a joke.
So
no
she
other
said, I don't
comment.
get it. What was
She
it?
goes,
I don't get it. What?
oh, they don't get it, my dear, but you do. You get it. And that was all you hear from Lizzie.
Hell yeah!
So she's listening.
I'm good. Yeah, fuck, good.
Not if I fucking reanimate you first.
So, the second day, the first day after the miss, people come and go, or people show up. Joloth eventually leaves when it, seems to be peaceful enough with some of the others. Some of the other more roguish types that can sneak very easily. Saying that she'll be back, with others or send word if they need help. She goes, as she's leaving, Krill, she goes, I don't want to presume anything, but if we're stuck and we need, rescuing, can I call you?
He nods.
Okay. She nods and heads out. So the night comes and it is. You basically all have to help defend the walls at night. It gets kind of bad. Ghoul packs come out at night. The undead, the faster husk zombies try to scale the walls while the skeletons and zombies just kind of march inexorably to the gates. Seems something is now directing them, although you can't really see out and the spot a necromancer or anything really directing them. They just seem to emerge from the mist, and Krill, you and the others have to work at night to, defend it. But after a few hours, it seems that these probing attacks stop, and they trail off to the more random, just wild roaming undead, it seems. But Grund?
Yeah?
Roll a Arcana. Yeah, just roll an Arcana. This is more of an intelligence check. More of a necromancer, pattern recognition thing. So roll an Arcana. Oh, yeah. You I don't know if you were, really helping out. Kloop was definitely helping out, but you might have shown up to, observe, from one of the upper windows or, maybe thrown a few cantrips or something just to help out if you could be bothered.
I assist on account of not wanting to die.
Yeah. And, you can tell these are more probing attacks. Whatever necromancer or guiding force is controlling these. This was more like testing the defenses, really. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that strikes you is some of the the Husky zombies. These definitely look like locals. They're dressed in the local fashions. They look fresher. In the way that Husky zombies can look fresh. They're very withered, but just by the necromantic curse that animates them, just burning through them to fuel their reanimation so fast. But a lot of the more simple zombies and skeletons, a lot of them are armored. Not scraps and stuff, but still, these were undead that were given equipment, subpar, probably trash equipment, but still. But the thing is, you don't it's it's not like these are the foreign armor or something like the Venom Web were, but from the amount of older undead it looks like, somebody, if you would have to guess, somebody has been stockpiling. These look like they were stockpiled before unleashed with the miss. And that would kind of track with what you've kind of been hearing with discussing with some of the other survivors and people who have been coming in, because with that 27 Arcana, you kind of piece it together as you're observing this. From the scattered accounts of the other survivors throughout the city, when the mist began to arise, the undead seemed to emerge from buildings or like basements just kind of seeming bursting out of hiding and attacking the living, just as if they had been waiting. And if you had a guess, these, and knowing that they had control of a smuggling syndicate, they've probably been smuggling in corpses for some time, whether they be already reanimated or not. There are more undead here than would have been, slain in the city and reanimated in this short of time. Even more than what you would expect to be like even if they had raided the catacombs of the Academy Necrotic.
Curious. I'm livid. This is the kind of thing I should have been doing. And they didn't even think to invite me. These assholes.
The sheer disrespect, my dear.
The fucking disrespect. These fucking pricks. Living my dream, and I'm just forced to watch. God, no one is suffering worse than I am right now.
I fucking hate Grund. But I love him too much. It's a weird feeling. Like, fucking Grund sucks so much. Hate. But he's fantastic.
The character you love to hate.
He's a fan favorite. Everyone loves him.
So, the attack for the night kind of tapers off, and it becomes just the more roaming undead kind of deal. The mists are still thick as ever, and you can't even tell if the moon is out or not, just because it's so dark with the mist. You do, occasionally hear the distant scream or shout, or like the detonation of magic, it seems like. So it seems there are still survivors out there, but eventually night comes and you fall asleep.
It's just not fair.
And
should have been me.
But those thoughts should you fall asleep, and as you all sleep, you are all once again lost amid the eternally blowing blizzard of an endlessly flat glacier with jagged ice formations. Well, I guess not eternally flat then, but mostly flat glacier with jagged ice formations rising up as you just keep walking and walking. You know frostbite will claim your limbs with how long you have been freezing out in these wastes. And you even see other frozen bodies as if the ice is consuming them, melting into it slowly over ages. People claimed by the ice, but not dead. If you stop, you know you would be stuck there, alive, frozen forever. And most of you awake with that horrible image. You awake shivering. You can even see your breath, some of you, as you awake, as if the room had dropped in temperature, but only for a moment. But Grund.
Yeah?
And favorite Grund.
Everyone's favorite. Our most beloved boy.
You are marching across this glacier, following, leaning against the wind as the blizzard blows in your face, but you're following a figure similarly hunched to shield against the snow, and you know it is Kloop, marching ever forward, reliable Kloop leading you forward. But when he turns back to make sure you are still following, Kloop's glassy, lifeless eyes that he normally has are burning with a searing blue light, almost blinding you in the darkness of the blizzard. And as he opens his lips to speak, his ragged lips to speak, the same blue glow wafts from his lips as if an even cold, an even more intense cold was within him, but you can't hear the words "lost in the blizzard," and that's when you wake up.
Ooh.
Gloop, damn it! Why didn't you turn off that light?
Klupa is outside in the barn or the stables.
Dream. I will punish him for it later.
Jesus Christ.
You never, and you just hear this voice as you try to go back to sleep. It goes, "Never did figure out whose coffin of ice that was."
Yeah, we never did.
You go back to sleep, wake up the next morning.
Yay.
Much the same. It is a rough day. Fewer groups seem to arrive. Joloth contacts you, Krill, saying that, having to hold up Corbez's group got stuck, cut off, but they still in contact. They sound secure, but having to hide and be very quiet, hiding in like an attic of a building. But we'll report if they need rescue or not, but should be okay. So, other than that, the day is pretty much the same as the previous. Tensions are, still up there. The people are, there's injured people, so supplies are getting, already starting to dwindle, but not in drastic need for supply runs yet. But Kita,
Yes.
Lizzie will occasionally just chime in about something, and it kind of gets to be a little comforting. It's like you have this little,
Yeah.
this voice that you can just chat with, kind of keeping your mind off things. But doesn't really comment about like securing you or inviting you to the coven. It's more like, do you have like alchemy, like proficiency, being a blood sorcerer?
I don't think so.
Well, she would actually start just discussing. It's like, oh, you're a blood sorcerer. Well, you can do this with blood. You can make this kind of potion.
Oh,
with
shit.
that kind of. She's just like, chatting occasionally, but.
Hell yeah, and Kita will like answer back with like, "Hey, did you know like blood can do so and so?" Because think things that she knows because she can control it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah,
so
did
go
you
ahead
know?
and roll another. Just roll a charisma check.
Oh god.
Make your social interactions a dice roll. 11. Okay. It's not bad.
Well, you know what? No. I'm using my inspiration.
Okay. So yeah. So at that, she would actually tell you that there is a way to create a potion of necrotic resistance if you create a tincture out of a vampire spawn's blood.
Ooh, okay.
You have to make sure you prepare it properly, otherwise you might become a vampire yourself. But if prepared properly, it should,
Okay, and I can't really give her anything in return.
Yeah, no, it was just like one of the little like comments about it. But anyways, the second night comes, and Krill.
Yep.
You get a urgent message from Joloth saying, that we might need help with Corbez. We're escorting the group, but this time we have Ettercap's following us. can you meet us on the way back?
Okay. He will like if she gave like a direction or like place.
She would have said like we're like getting to this intersection and given the address.
Gotcha. Krill would basically get on the move, and he'd very quickly go to our little group, including Grund, even if Grund may not join. He just
Grund, do you join?
Depends on how it's pitched to me.
Oh, he's gonna say as.
Actually, she would have said that it's like we have a few people from the Academy Necrotic.
Interesting. It's he's just gonna go survivors escorting the Academy. Here, we need to go meet them now, and he's just gonna turn and just go. People either follow or don't. He doesn't care.
Yeah, alright, I'll come. It might be useful.
Yeah.
Some Academy Necrotic people,
Get more info that we could use in this spot.
Suppose this is valuable intelligence. I shall help you secure it.
So,
given that we're all such good friends and trust and love each other.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you gather up, following Krill, gathering up the things. Kloop hastily running after once he gets his axe from the not the lockup, but where it's held.
Just
but yeah, you go
barrel full of weapons, like on the way out. Grab your weapon.
It basically is, yeah. So, as you're racing through the mist, night has come. You were preparing, waiting for another attack, but it hadn't come yet. It's still fairly early in the night. You know it's nighttime because, there was still like a ever-present ambient glow from the sun, even through the mist, but now it's become dark. And as you're racing through, the intersection, the area they were talking about. Who wants to do perception checks? Perception or survival to see to try and locate them?
Both are 6 for me.
Well, we know the halfling's got the eyes.
Yeah. What was the rules again? I got perception, but for some reason...
Perception or survival.
Okay, I got 12s in both of those.
Dang.
Fuck, yeah, you do it.
So, yeah.
Rangers.
With survival, we can roll perception. Because I'm okay with perception. Nora's decent at it.
Yeah, I'll do survival.
Okay, so I was about to say, even with the lightly obscured condition from the fog, which gives you rolled survival. Okay, so survival, you actually bypass the restriction on perception because now you're more about following your instinct of traveling the city rather than like listening or looking out for someone. So yeah. So you are running through, and you know where Krill, the little area Krill is saying. And if you had to guess, if people were trying to run without gathering too much attention while still trying to move fairly rapidly, you're like, okay, I'd probably go down these streets, and you kind of do that like math in your head. It's like, okay, we'll probably intercept them if we go this way, and sure enough, you eventually do hear what sounds like a few shouting in the distance. And, you know what? If anybody needs to take a quick break, I need to throw some things on a map I forgot to do, so...
Bathroom break.
Yeah. because I will also need to take one.
The only break I would be taking right now is getting something to eat, but I don't know what I want, so I'm just gonna sit here and be indecisive for another hour or so.
I have food in the microwave.
That's another problem with that I have is like, I'm hungry. What do I eat? I don't want anything, so I just end up eating nothing.
I've kind of been sitting like that for a bit. Like, I'd made some pasta, but like I just kind of nibbled on it. And because I was like, I'm hungry, but I don't really. This isn't really appealing to me right now. What do I want?
I don't fucking want anything. My body's being dumb right now, so that's extra helpful.
Yeah.
I have been staying in my room, avoiding my brother, because he sounds like he is dying of tuberculosis coughs.
Jeez.
Oh,
this
God.
poor guy. Apparently, that's one thing I missed over the weekend is, starting at my sister's place with all the kids, everyone getting this horrible, like, bronchitis thing. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to stay in my room. I'm going to avoid all of you.
That's fair.
There.
Valid.
I managed to avoid con crud.
I haven't gotten anything yet, so...
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Okay, so I will BRB, then we will... Okay.
Yeah.
Frosted Flakes are more than good. They're a federal crime in most states.
What?
It's TT, Callie. Come on.
I know.
It's illegal.
I'm just wondering
That
where
was
that
like-
particular logic came from.
You're not supposed to eat them.
Wrong area.
I'm Tony the Tiger. There's a wanted poster for me in the hog. Adults don't understand why kids love Frosted Flakes, but they do know that they don't like it. Any child found consuming Frosted Flakes will be tried as an adult. The sentence is death.
Yeah, it's on brand. Oh. I almost fucking dropped my plate. Lightning.
Whoops, my bad. I'm back.
But that would have been on you.
Whoops.
I think we're all here. DZ.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Same. Course,
So-
rough. It's
As you go racing through, following the new sounds of shouting and conflict, you almost directly, it's almost like a comedy thing where you almost run full force into a group of people running past, coming out of an alleyway. But Urgent, you managed to stop, and they look startled. Some of the, but Krill, you recognize Rafsads, the bruiser. He's kind of bloodied. Looks like he got hurt a bit, but he's like, oh, okay, they're back there. They're trying to hold him off. There's a whole swarm of them. These people aren't going to be any good at fighting it. I'm trying to get them past. Is it safe to go that way?
Safe enough.
Okay. And so he goes, come on. And people go rushing past, and there's actually, some, older people, a few kids, and it's probably one of the biggest groups you've seen. And he goes, I'm staying with them. Joel's back there holding him off with Corbez. Go.
All right.
Yeah. Curl didn't wait for any frustrated. Like, as soon as people were out of his way, he moved.
Yep. And you go racing into this alleyway where the mist is thick. I should need to find a better song for combat now. But as you race out, coming from the right side of the screen, Corbez, if you could place yourself on the map.
Of course.
No.
This is Joloth.
Trying to find...
As you see, a pair of figures, a tall, a short, the short gnome, dashing back, shooting off a ray of frost at this zombie, slowing it even further as it's lurching for her. And standing taller next to her, if you would describe yourself.
I have placed him into the art models room. This is Corbez. He is a bugbear with a very nice white and red coat. And most notably, he wears big-ass manacles with long chains attached to them, and he is swinging them as weapons.
Oh my god. Fuck, are you a pugilist?
No.
Okay, you're just awesome. Got it.
Yeah, you push back the zombie that was lurching for you, Corbez, and dash it onto the ground. So the rest of you are coming up from this direction. Let's roll initiative. Oh, wait. As you see, in the back, I forgot to throw them down. Standing in, which would have been like this little courtyard area. Problem with running a game this long is I have so many sheets I have to scroll through.
You not,
Yeah.
you not delete them after you're done using them?
Oh, no. Because sometimes they may come back, and also I'm a hoarder.
I mean, like, I keep them on my computer. I just don't keep them on Roll20 because I have limited space.
Oh, I had the subscription thing. I caved.
Yeah, it's my fault for being a cheap bastard, I suppose.
So,
One of them poison web eder caps.
Yep. You see a necromancer and a warrior in the back over here. Wait, no. Trying to find... You know what? We'll use this.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Everyone loves Darkest Dungeon music.
It's good.
I didn't even know it was that.
And I'm just gonna have all the undead of the same type move on the same initiative because
it works.
Obnoxious.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fairly decent initiative, Kita.
Of course, the zombies have a 3.
Oh, the zombies. Question for the Kita. Do you have a higher dex than 1?
I don't.
Because we matched.
I have a 2.
Oh, the ogre zombie actually rolled the best initiative out of all of them. Besides the batter caps. Okay, everyone on the initiative?
Not quite yet. I need to figure out if I can do it for... Oh, does Club just go on my turn?
Yeah, he goes immediately after
Okay,
yours.
but yeah, we're good.
So, yeah. Erdrin, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. What's this guy down here?
Skeleton.
Okay.
Yeah. These are zombies. Those are skeletons, and these are the faster, like, runner husk zombies.
Let's see.
I'm just putting them onto the actual grid.
I can get to a lot of these people. I'm just wondering which one I should go after first. Yeah, that one. This one right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna hunter's mark the motherfucker. And then I'm gonna start swinging. Is that hit? I know that skeletons are weird.
Hold on, let me see. Skeleton. 13, so miss.
Okay. I'll just do that again. There we go.
That hits.
That, and the hunter's mark damage, which isn't a lot.
Okay, that one knocks that one out.
Okay, yeah, I am, that is turn, but I am going to, next turn I'm going to move my hunter's mark on whatever is closest to me that is still alive.
Alright. So next is Corbez.
As he's fighting off a zombie, he sees backup has arrived. He's like, Krill, took you long enough! As
Doesn't
he's
respond,
going
and he does
to
look over.
rage.
Oh, barbarian.
Jeez. Reckless?
Yep.
And, yeah, just roll for the first one. The crit first. Yeah, let me give it a fortitude save. Because, zombies have the undead fortitude. So, how much damage was that?
17,
20.
20.
So, he needs 25. The only way, let's see if he gets a natural 20. Only way to stay up. Nope. You pulp it. So, second attack would hit this one, and you're in range for it.
Yes, I am in range for it. 14.
Well, they have an 14. Okay. Pretty solid hit. Still up, barely. Okay, anything else? Ooh.
Oh yes, as part of my rage, I gain temporary temporary hit points. As he shouts out defiantly, I didn't break free of the Ruby Empire in life to be a slave in death!
Awesome.
Nice. Okay, so next is Grund.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a nice wall of fire here.
Ooh. All right.
Beautiful.
So let's make some rolls. Let's see. Ogre zombie.
I'm gonna
Where's your
have to move a
sheet?
few feet. I'm gonna move myself up here just to make sure it's absolutely within range. Clop, you come with me.
Deck save. Oh. Okay, so the ogre's on fire.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 0 with their -2.
Beautiful.
Let's see. Husk zombie. Where's the saves? Okay. That one saves, but it still takes half. God, so many character sheets. It's a mess. That's half of 27.
That should be
13.
13.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because 28 would be 14. The skeleton man. Nope. But I think skeletons are weak enough that. Yeah, that's enough to take this one out, even with half damage. And it's 10 feet, right?
Let me check the description of the spell. It's 20 feet high, 1 foot thick, and 60 feet long.
Within 10 feet. Of the side.
Yep,
Are
any
you making
creature
it
that
face
ends a turn
outwards?
within 10 feet of that side or the inside the wall.
Okay. So this other husk zombie needs to roll. Failed. That one is heavily scorched. Okay, you've created a nice barrier. Actually, you know what? This warrior needs to roll as well. Because you're getting the Venomwood warrior. Okay, they succeeded, so they get half. Okay, anything for Kloop?
Kloop is sticking to me because I am frail and he is my bodyguard. At the moment, I don't want him running off. It's not that I don't trust him. It's not that I think he might betray me. I just want him to be close.
Yeah, and he's standing there with his axe at the ready. Ogre zombie time. They're going to step forward, not liking being on fire. What's their speed? God, so many sheets. 30 feet. Okay. As he shoves past the two zombies and yeah, he'll dash up next to you, Urgent. Doesn't have attacks, but he's a big dumb ogre zombie.
All right. Yeah, get closer
to make him safe there. Ogres are people in this world.
Yep. The warrior is going to step back, cursing at being scorched. can't see through it. So he's going to... Actually, no, he was here. He's going to scramble up the rooftop. The spider climb. Getting a view on those of you down below. Oh, I need to roll for Jola. I forgot her initiative. Oh, Jola, no.
Oh.
Okay. Well, she's overexerted. She's tired.
Yeah.
See the warrior. They're up there, and no, not you. Let's go. How far? Nope, you're too far. Yeah, they're gonna stay up there and hold their action for something. Yeah, they're gonna hold their action for something while they're up there. Krill, your turn.
So, let's see. Can I even reach anything? I can reach my giant friend over here. Okay, so 20 feet, 30 feet yeet. Hello, friend.
What?
I am now flanking with the halfling.
Thank you, Pinch.
Is he technically large or huge, by the way?
Large.
Alright. Neat. Okay, first attack.
Yeah, it's this very old, emaciated-looking ogre corpse.
Alright. First attack, 23.
Yeah.
Crunch. What? I'm re-rolling that one. Just did 1 on the damage done. Better.
Dang.
Anyways.
So 13 damage?
13 damage. He is now grappled. I was asking because you can't grapple things 2 sizes out of your range.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's grappled, I have... Actually, no, hang on. I'm an idiot. I had advantage on that because I'm flanking. I'm just going to re-roll the attack real quick to see if it would have crit. Sorry. No.
The timeline continues.
Anyways, second attack.
Hey, I had higher dex than you.
Oh, well...
It doesn't matter.
It's fine.
I was like, wait.
And it's 11 damage, so it's 24 in total. And just basically, as the ogre basically focuses on the halfling, Krill comes up behind it, puts like a foot down on like the back of its knee, pushes down so he can lurch upwards and wrap a claw around its head, and then he tilts it back as he begins crushing.
Brutal.
The ogre is taller than he is, but not tall enough. And,
Kita, your turn.
Turn.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, I'm going to... Yeah. Do...
Running past Grund.
How tall is this building?
This one's a bit tall. Looking at it. You would take your full speed to get up to the top, I think.
Could I do that like horizontally so I could go like, here?
Yeah, that'd be about as far as you can get.
That's fine because I just need urchin within 30 feet of me. Hey, urchin!
What?
Don't resist, just let it happen!
I don't like it when people actually tell me that. You know that, right? That's not comforting.
I cast haste
Oh no.
on Erdrin.
Oh my god.
Blood doping!
Why would you do this?
But so So, the way I'm flavoring it is I'm like grabbing the blood in your body and like making you move faster and more efficiently.
Christ.
No, you reach in and stimulate the adrenaline gland. You're like, here, have a speed boost. Have a pick me up.
So this happens,
You're welcome.
and the weird glowing eyes underneath Erdrin's helmet just get brighter, and the only one that can see it is Krill. Krill's like, what the fuck did they just do to that fucking little halfling?
Yeah. He doesn't know its haste, but he knows somebody being juiced when he sees him.
Buzzing with more than just insect wings.
Jesus Christ, you just...
Hey, when she does that, you're welcome.
What is fucking...
Anything else for your turn?
She's gonna send
sorry,
a thought
Urgent?
to, what?
Sorry, Urgent, were you going to say something?
No, I was talking to myself, sorry. I'm just...
Okay.
I'm gonna send a thought to, oh god, Hag.
To that thought, Lizzie.
Lizzie, yeah. Send a thought to Lizzie. I can do some fun things with blood myself.
You just doubled his speed! His speed is 50!
Meow.
Christ almighty!
I wonder if that doubles the amount the boots let you jump.
I don't think so, but
Oh my god!
my base speed is fucking 50. So I can go 130 feet.
Damn.
And you can spend 10 of that to go 30 more.
No, that's what I mean. I can go 130 feet
Oh.
with the jump and
Oh,
everything.
gotcha. Jesus.
You're welcome.
Jeez. Meow. Good. Flea time.
There is nobody that is safe from me on this battlefield at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep that in mind for future things.
Fleet time, nothing. You're going fucking hypersonic.
Hey, I'm not gonna cast haste all the time, but like,
Yeah.
you were there. There's no good in your face.
So you said that when they cast haste on Krill and nothing happened. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, nothing got to happen when Krill got hasted.
Kita, anything else for your turn?
I don't think I have anything I can bonus action because they nerfed Quicken Spell.
Yeah, they
Still
did.
mad about that.
I'm still mad about that. Oh, that's turn.
I'm gonna have to talk. I was also talking with VV about that. I managed to get him to agree to use the old twin spell, but rename it
Because the
Split
new one
spell.
sucks.
Yeah, now twin spell meta magic is so you know how like charm person, if you upcast it, it will cast it on multiple people. It only works on spells where if you upcast it will target other people, but you can cast it for the base level. So if you cast a level 1 twin charm person, it would only be 2 people rather than, twin polymorph. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it has to be a spell that will target more than one person with upcast.
Yep. Yeah, it severely nerfed it. But anyways. That your turn?
That's my turn.
Oh yeah. So skeletons. You killed that one. This one, going back, they seem cautious of the flames. They don't want to go forward. Yeah, actually, all the ones that are on the other side of the flames can't go. You killed the one that was there. So, husk zombies. Going back.
Fucking wall of fire.
Wall of fire is my bane.
It's every DM's bane.
Yeah.
Good spell.
Remember how
Corbez.
Good spell. Yes.
Oh, sorry, what was that, Raven?
I was just gonna say, remember how much we fucked over mobs in Scappa's game? Wall of Fire.
Oh, God. So,
Hit me, boss.
2
with
attacks
advantage.
against you.
Miss. And
20.
hit.
Okay, so that was that one. This one. Yeah, let's put that over. 2 attacks.
Hit. And
25 and 18.
Both hit.
Oh, that was a crit even for the 25. So it needs to roll another D6 just real quick. All right, whatever. Fine, it's fine. I'm okay.
This is fine.
This one scrambles at you, Urgin.
Wait, he doesn't scrumble.
Good luck hitting me, boss.
Slash.
Congratulations.
23
The first one actually does hit me by 1.
Oh, nice. So yeah, they claw at you, dealing 9 slashing. That's the one. Let's see, this one going to scramble up here, but I can only make it this far, and then dash over here, looking ready to jump. But that's that. Joloth's turn. Not liking how close they are, she's gonna stand back and aiming at the one that's above. Could she reach that far? Yeah. Close enough. Oh. Sorry, her character sheet is not as complete as it should be, so bear with me for a second. You get to see how unprepared I am.
Fine. Name one person in this chat who is like always 100% prepared.
Gandhi.
TT.
No, I have done a lot of shit on the fly.
Oh, damn, that's a nice hit. So,
I improvised an entire session once because I had a better idea at the moment. I was like, you know what? Let's wing it.
You're very good at faking it till you make it.
Yep.
that was a melody one, right?
The one I'm talking about is a Conquered Worm one, but yes, there have been. I bullshit a lot.
Yeah, it's literally mid-session. They went, you know what? I don't like this plot. We have a new one now.
Didn't tell them until afterward.
We didn't notice, so.
I noticed.
You weren't even there.
I know. That's why it was funny.
14 hit Corbez.
Miss.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 16 does not hit Krill. Oh, that one was going after Krill.
Ah.
Zombies only get 1 attack. Actually, no. Well, this one would go over. So he tried to hit you, Corbez. Man, you're getting swamped.
It's fine.
Yeah.
That one hits.
He's a barbarian. Dude.
And this one goes over to you, Erdrin. Paws at you, misses.
Oh, no.
Okay, so that's top of initiative, Erdrin.
Okay.
There's an ogre and 2 zombies. Actually, they're all 3 are zombies.
Alright, I'm gonna target this one first.
But you're juicing.
I'm juicing. So. I'm a halfling, I can re-roll that. Fuck you. Ha!
Yeah, you can.
There it is! The legend continues!
That was that.
Quintessential
Fuck!
halfling horseshit.
Okay, let me roll for Undead Fortitude, because fuck. Oh.
Oh, is this your first
Horseshit.
experience with Callie doing this?
What?
Sarah? Getting a
So
nat
that
1
one's
as a
down.
halfling and re-rolling into a nat 20? Is this your first time
Oh,
experiencing that with Callie?
Maybe?
This is something
So-
she has done more than once.
It happens every time.
You say that like
Okay.
Fucking halflings.
Okay, so. That one's dead, so I'm just gonna do Vicious Scimitar again on the other one.
11 misses.
Okay. And one more attack because of haste.
Unless you're going after the ogre, which would be 16. The 16 would hit the ogre, but you're going after the husk zombie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 20 hits the husk zombie.
That. And then put a little hunter's mark on that.
Okay. Yeah, these ones are definitely more nimble than the regular zombies.
Let's see here. I believe that is it.
So
You get another attack. Did you take your your extra attack?
I did,
Okay.
The hunter's mark.
Rangers get 2 attacks, right?
Yeah, but I had to move my hunter's mark so I don't get my bonus attack from the extra attack of Nick.
Well, no. If you have an extra attack
yeah.
and Nick, you get 3 attacks default.
Okay, so then
So you would get 1 more attack still.
with my short sword.
I have turned you
hits.
into a. I have turned the blender up.
Yeah, that went from full health to a third of its health.
Okay, now that should be turned.
Okay,
I keep
Corbez.
forgetting how that fucking works.
You're at the
I am
center of a mosh
Mob.
pit.
Yes, I am. Boom.
Who are you hitting?
Oh my god!
Jeez.
He is laying out one of the husks.
Okay. This one was the one that got hit previously.
I'll hit the one who's less damaged.
Okay, that's the one that's in the middle. So, 10 damage.
Mhm.
Okay, still up.
And you'll direct that one
That
towards the
hits.
one he already hit before.
Okay. Did more damage than the crit.
Ironically, yeah.
Yeah, that's how rolls go. That one's really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And anything else?
No, he's
wait.
right where he needs to be.
Oh, wait, they get pushed.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Because you're mastery. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it would be back there. Because diagonal, you go further.
You were a master of these chains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this isn't the first time, Krill, that you've seen Corbez just tossing people like they were nothing.
Mm-hmm. They have definitely competed against each other in competitive bitch tossing.
The Bouncer Olympics.
Exactly.
Anything else for you, Corbez?
Nope.
Grund.
Alright. Back to old Grundy.
Eh.
On
Solomon.
a Sunday.
Do you also
Was he
want
married
pants?
on Tuesday?
Someone needs to get Grund pants.
If he doesn't have pants, he needs to have them, yes.
Okay,
He's,
so let's see.
he's wearing his wizard, robe TM.
Yeah, I can get
So-
all these fuckers. So I cast Fireball on these fellas on the other side of the firewall.
What?
God,
Oh, they thought they could
to,
avoid the flames?
yeah, to them it's just like, okay, find a way to get around this firewall. Oh God!
Fuck!
So
So
okay,
I have something awful I need to. I've been trying not to, but I gotta tell you.
so the zombies fail.
Will,
Or skeletons.
Yeah.
a Grundy is another name for a wedgie.
Yeah, a grundle is a name for the space between your butthole and your junk.
Also, yes.
It's a It's not a name that's pleasant.
Right up the grundle. So let's see. The necromancer.
I don't
Funny,
want you
so
under the delusion that I named Grund thinking, oh, this is a fun, pleasant name with no bad connotations. No.
I mean, his last name is almost spelled rancid.
Yeah.
It's
Gross.
Grund.
It's a nasty fella.
Okay, so
He's gonna
the
live
necromancer.
forever 'cause he's a fan favorite.
Necromancer passed, but they're the only ones that passed. Let's see, 26 damage. How much do these skeletons have? Everybody says not enough. So you wipe out these skeletons.
There's a
Yeah.
not serving.
It's like the wall burped and killed them. Oh, and actually, let's see. Oh, come on. Nope, damn it. I hate when I do that. Saves. Dex save for the husk zombie.
Skeleton.
14, not enough. Yeah, all that's left is the necromancer there, like looking around, like smoldering. You can't see through the wall of fire, but from their side, it's just like, damn it. Anything else for Grund? Bloop.
Nope. Coop's gonna
Stepping
just
forward.
hang with me. Having a good time.
So,
With the boss.
since that was initiative count 20, players go first on initiative count 20. Kloop kind of turns back and he goes, kind of shoves you.
Me?
Yeah, as behind you, you start hearing some howling of some ghouls.
Oh.
We're being flanked.
Right now, just two ghouls kind of spin around the alley that you had come, and they turn and snarl.
Oh.
Looking a lot more feral than Kloop. These ones look like either freshly made or just, feral. Ogre Zombie's turn. But Kloop is holding his action to swing at whatever comes up close, because that's basically what he's been doing. Yeah, he goes,
Kloop.
oh, sorry, boss, as he wrenches you back. You're like, how dare you? Oh, as you see the ghouls.
Never mind. Good job, Kloop.
Yeah, the ogre is going to swing a Morning Star at the crab. 22.
Does that hit, Krill?
Okay.
I hope it
Krill?
does.
Oh, sorry. 22? Yeah, that
Yeah.
hits.
16 bludgeoning as I swing this rusted Morning Star down on you. A normal ogre, if they were alive, they would be in too much pain to swing back and hit you properly, but you hear like bones cracking as they swing back to hit you at the detriment of their own body. But do they only get one attack? Yeah. The warrior's turn. They're going to yeah, they'll move past the husk zombie. They're allies. Damn it. It's still too far away. The warrior is going to... Oh wait, they can't. I think they can throw this. Hold on. Yep. They're going to throw something at you, Corbez. But it's out of the range, so this is at disadvantage. But you did reckless, so...
Not in the last round.
Oh,
That would
okay.
hit
Right.
anyways.
Yeah.
Well, it was at disadvantage because it's a range of 20, long range 60.
So that'll miss then.
Okay. Yeah, they throw one of their, double-sided knives at you, kind of chatter in the probably swearing in whatever language they speak.
You know that you know when Tai Lung breaks free, he angles his shackles just in the right way, it dinks off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The necromancer's turn. They did not like that Grund.
Well, they should have considered inviting me.
So instead, they're going to dimension door. Hola.
Where'd he go?
Hey, Kita.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Bam. Oh wait, no. He used his action to. Never mind. He didn't do that. He used his action to dimension door. Wait, no. He wouldn't go there. He would go here. Because he didn't know you were that close. He would go here. But he's up there. Can he do anything on his bonus actions? Oh, yeah. Yeah. He hasn't done this yet. Summon undead. Bonus action. Once per day. 60 feet. So, Kita, and Grund.
You get jumped.
Womp.
That's why I have Clup here.
Zombie for you. Zombie for you. Zombie for you. Zombie for you. And let's just toss in a tasty little skeleton up here. No, they'll keep the skeleton by them. As they reach in and you see Kita, you and Krill would be the... you, Urgent, and Krill would see them reach into a pouch and pull what looks to be like a handful of finger bones that they cast out, but where each one lands, it seems to sprout almost like a seed, a Cadmus seed, into a new undead.
Ah, lovely.
So,
Well,
Kita, your turn.
Yeah, where's the necromancer?
Right here.
On this rooftop.
Save me.
Their outfit looks scorched. Heavily scorched.
Is it this guy?
Yep. And you have two zombies right next to you.
I do, and that's not great.
More importantly, the zombies my fan favorite character Grund.
It is less than ideal.
I'm going to disengage.
Okay.
5, 10,
Swoosh on by?
15. What?
Just swoosh right on by?
Oh, yeah. To 20 feet, and then for the next, 10 feet, I'm going to scooch a bit down the wall.
Yeah, because you got the leech climb.
Yeah, and then... This has been severely nerfed, but this is exactly a time I could use this. I'm going to use Quicken Spell. And at the Necromancer, I'm going to Quicken Spell Blight.
Ooh.
Oh, shit!
That's a nice roll. Let's see. Con save. Let's see.
Can I have that? And I'm going to what's it called? Sanguine Substitution. So take some damage. Take a point of damage, which turns to 19, I believe, because I also have a
Bloodwell vial.
Yeah. So that is a failure.
Yeah, just barely if you hadn't done the sanguine substitution.
Yeah. I mean, I had a backup plan, but I did not need to do it.
Well, it only takes the half damage because of their necrotic resistance. So.
Yeah, I thought so.
But still, that's still good though. It makes it, instead of making it a quarter attack.
Yeah.
But yeah, they seem to like. There is a moment when you like do the like start going down and sticking to the wall. They have this look of like, "Hey, I do that trick," and then you hit them with the blight. They're like, "Hey, I do that trick."
Look, Quicken Spell's been nerfed, but I found some use for it.
Yeah. So, Krill, your turn.
Yeah.
So, since he did not break from my grasp, he has the additional crush damage of 2.
2.
And then I'm going to pinch.
Excuse me.
25.
Pinch? Yeah, that pinch is
Another
good.
1 on the die. I'm rerolling. Okay. 15. Thank you.
Okay.
Give me the fucking 8 on the die.
You got Savage
again.
Attacker, right?
Yes, that's why. That's how I'm rerolling it.
Okay.
I get one.
Yeah,
I get to reroll my attack once per turn.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which Roll20 is proving why you need it.
Yes.
Oh damn, 2 max and
2 max. 15 to 15. That was 30 damage.
oh, it is barely standing. It's in the single digits.
I'm going to send a message. Hey, big boy, he's coming over here with me. So you just see, like, Krill just... His claw just goes crack, crack, crack as, like, the skull begins to fracture. And then there's, he couldn't quite get through that thick ogre skull, without... so he then wrenches his claw back and basically just pulls it off balance, and he begins to drag it across the ground, and then he throws it into the firewall.
Nice.
Oh my god!
The skeleton there did slap you.
Yep.
If 19 hits.
No.
Okay. So yeah, it slaps you, but you like it tries, slamming this club at you, but you just slap it out of the way, like fuck off.
He doesn't even slap it away; it just tings off his shoulder. Like, TT, if I could get a firewall damage roll, please.
Second. Ba-ba.
I have a bitch to incinerate.
Yeah. It will. Let me scroll up to the spell for the firewall.
Pretty sure it's when it enters the firewall again.
5d8.
Yep. I'm pretty sure it's when it enters.
On a turn or ends its turn there. So yeah.
Yep.
So it had 2 HP.
Christ.
It is literally impossible for it to not die.
Like, if it had survived this round, somebody else would have to smack it, and that burns their one of their attacks. It is
okay. So the only way is if it makes a natural 20 on this con save. No.
Fucking good roll though, Jesus.
Almost got it.
Yeah, he was pulling for it.
So yeah, that ogre is toast.
Yeah.
He wanted to die.
But yeah,
as in, like, on death die.
Like I said, Krill is sending a message. I'm done with the big guy. The small ones are next.
Let's see, zombie time.
Zombie time.
Yeah. If they try to go after me, they're gonna fucking fall off the building.
Corvez, attack of opportunity on this one as it's going after Joloth.
Alrighty then.
It seems like, it's going after the easier prey. Yeah. Go ahead. It had 4 HP. But let's see if it makes a con save just for fun. Nah. So, Joloth.
I remember
she's getting ready.
I remember when you guys were on Junkion, none of my fucking zombies made their saves.
Yeah.
The one was going after Joloth that she braces for it, but Corvez, you smash it down and she gives you a little salute of respect. She's like, "Oh, thanks." But this one is going to try to smack you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. 13.
Miss.
Why is the screen going blank for anyone else, randomly?
Does that sometimes when you click and drag to like move the screen around?
Okay.
Notice.
Urgent, this zombie's gonna try to smack you. Try was the operative advance word.
Sorry, no.
This one is Kita. They're standing there above you, like looking down at you like like Grund. Sweet Grund.
Yeah.
Fan favorite Grund.
They both get advantage on these slam attacks against you, one each. 16 and 20.
Yeah, those both hit.
Okay, so you take 12 damage. Oh, if you want, Kloop can make an attack at one of the zombies, because, he was holding his action.
Yes, I do. Kloop, kill this man.
$24 hits.
Get it, Kloop.
Okay.
A 12 for a 12.
Alright, he hit this one up here. So that's the zombies' turn. Skeletons. Let's see what's the skeletons' attacks. Yeah, Kita, the one next to the necromancer is going to fire a short bow at you. 23.
Yeah, shit.
For minimal damage.
3.
I think that's the last remaining skeleton on the map, actually. So, husk zombies. Going after Erdrin. So the two that are next to you, Erdrin.
I need to make a concentration check. Although it's,
Yeah, you just have to roll above a 10. Yeah, you're fine.
12.
Oh, I did, but it was close.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, only way you wanted is if you had a crit fail. So.
Yeah.
But Erdrin, 2 attacks against you. One of them, which is at advantage, so 24.
It would actually even out because I have that cloak of displacement.
Oh, you're right. So 16, miss.
I forgot
So,
about
fun
that.
fact. So, Erdrin, do you remember what I said? A cloak of displacement is made in the Recore
Yeah.
instead of a displacer beast. Do you want to share it or should I?
You go ahead.
On Recore, displacer beasts are displacer mantises.
Oh,
Same power, same size. But the other one makes an attack at disadvantage. 19?
Nope.
Okay. They're both if not for the displacement, they both would have done some nasty damage. Well, not damage, but you know what I mean.
They would have hit me.
This one, seeing how effective you are, Grun or Corbez, is running around you. The husk zombies seem a little brighter. This one can only move 20 feet because they got slowed.
You're lucky I used my reaction earlier.
Yeah. They're going after Joloth. So, but they had a dash to get to her. The one that, if she hadn't hit with the frost, it would have gotten to her. Which it is her turn, which is going to bonus action disengage. The rogue is like, nope, fuck this shit, I'm out. Hop over down the ledge, and once again, because I have NPCs that do great with this cantrip. 10 cold. Firing it at the same one. It's just like, God. And she hops over, looks over and sees you, Erdrin, just surrounded. She's like, oh, this might have been worse.
No, it's fine.
Fine.
The zombie's turn. Wait, did I already have this? Huh, I already had zombies twice on the... Yeah, I'm just going to remove them from...
Was one of them normal zombies and one of them Husker zombies, or was one of them the new zombies that were summoned?
Let's see. Hold on, where is this zombie? Huh. No, I think I just accidentally rolled for zombies twice. So I'm going to...
Oh yeah, because they came over to the edge of the roof.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of the 12s and just say the zombies already moved for their turn. Okay.
Yeah.
So...
Yay.
Urgent.
Okay. I'm gonna target this one first.
Okay, yeah, the one with your hunter's mark.
Yep.
Yeah, that hits.
There's a
Okay,
necromancer up here.
Okay, so the first one was enough. Let's see if they make their save for undead fortitude. Okay, they succeeded, but they're at 1 HP.
Okay. Bonus action for the short sword along with that attack, so it's not a bonus action.
Okay. Let's see, did I only get that once? No, they can keep trying. So let's see if they try. See it again.
This
Damn.
fucking thing is pissing me off. Alright, let me see here.
Sorry, it's getting late, folks. Once we get through this fight,
He's gonna see that guy's being a pain in the ass. He's gonna turn around and second attack at this zombie here.
Okay.
16 hit.
Yeah, they're zombies. Dang. That's enough to take them down to 1 HP. They have 20.
Okay. And I've got one more attack. Let's see. This guy's being an ass. So I'm just gonna hit him again.
Yeah, he's been persistent.
And I
15,
did hit him
I believe.
with a Vex weapon, so that should be at advantage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, their AC is 10, so yeah, that hits.
Okay. There, how
Okay,
about now,
let's make
fuckface?
Yeah. So 18, they need to beat a 23. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. Nope,
18. Okay. So that one's down.
they're down.
Yeah, I was thinking about jumping away and trying to get this guy, like, to menace him, but I don't want any of these zombies to actually go after either Grund or, this lady, so he's gonna stay there once he sees that she accidentally ran down here. It's like, alright. So I'm gonna end that's turn.
Okay. Corbez, you have one persistent zombie in front of you.
He's no threat. However, the wizard's under duress, so I'll take an opportunity attack on me.
Okay. If it can hit. Well,
That it?
So 4 bludgeoning.
Yeah. So he comes up behind Grunt to reinforce him. He notices the ghoul. So you're a necromancer. You chain people to your will.
No, corpses. They used to be people.
He lays a suddenly very gentle hand on your shoulder. You're not going to chain any of us anymore.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh my.
Are you gonna fucking snap his neck? Holy shit, alright.
It's like, this is going one of two ways.
Oh my god.
Grund, do those two hit?
Yeah, they do.
Fucking Christ!
Oh no!
Oh no.
Huh.
Yeah, right before that happens, the sudden change of voice. You see this.
Well,
A familiar ectoplasmic glow that you saw, similar to what Vithelna Harna had possessing her.
Oh fuck!
Hmm.
Wow.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, Grund, your turn.
Hmm. Well, this is this is
That wasn't
alarming.
the-
That's what it is.
Here.
TZ, you tricked us again.
Continue to be bamboozled.
Alright, I'm gonna blast you with a cone of cold. I don't care if that provokes an attack of opportunity.
So
He
con
is
save.
possessed, so
So, Grund, you can aim it. Are you aiming it like this direction?
Well, I'm aiming it at the.
Well, I mean, you can aim it to catch multiple people. You know.
Yeah, you know what? I might as well get as many of these fuckers as I can.
Because I think if what's the cone size? 60 foot. Oh, that's a big one.
Mm-hmm. Cone
Yeah,
bolts
you'd be able to
beneath.
get the guy. You'd be able to get the warrior up on the thing.
Good.
I
fuck
think
'em.
press the panic button.
Yeah, and it'd be just short of being of. Oh, just do 2 con saves for your wall of fire. There's nothing really there anymore, but
Oh, I'm gonna full on let that go down.
okay. Dang. So you take half of that, Corvez.
Mm-hmm. But is it Corbez?
Well, Corvez's body takes it. This zombie is frozen solid. Let's do the warriors. Con save. 21. So they take 18. That hurt them.
Good. Alright, Kloop.
And yeah, Kloop can either attack, whoever you want.
I don't care if this provokes an attack of opportunity. He's gonna go through and try and get fucking bugbear asshole.
Yeah. Kloop, yeah, it misses Kloop. He smacks it back with his shield.
I'm guessing that
23
battle
hits.
axe doesn't hit, but the bite does.
Bite sure does.
So con save, please. Because Corbez, the body, is technically still alive, but you resist. Now, Kloop,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of Kloop's move, initiative count 20. The mist
Oh, God.
has been roiling thick around you. And it seems to be gathering up around you, Grund, and Corbez, and Kloop. Joloth kind of scrambling back in a panic, thinking it must be some other undead trickery. Before Corbez, there is a searing pain in your spine as the mist solidifies behind you, blade first. Go ahead.
what?
Make an attack.
Yep.
I see. We had a character and a decoy character. Well played, you fuck.
Would I get flanking?
Bitch.
Oh yeah, you have advantage. Automatic crit too.
Closely bladed
Dan?
deep tides.
Do you want to expend a charge?
I would, yes.
Okay.
It's JJ.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like JJ.
So, what's the roll? Go ahead and roll the extra damage for, or what do they have to roll for? Well, you have to roll against yourself.
Yes.
Corbett, yeah, Corbett has to roll, and what's
Succeeds on that save.
yeah? What do they? Oh, it's a wisdom save.
Yes. But
Make sure I
still
whisper
takes
this.
half damage.
The possessor fails, so they take full damage.
Mmm.
And roll your sneak attack damage with crit damage.
Fucking JJ!
Oh, I was hoping this was gonna happen.
I was wondering if it would.
Yeah, so that would also be doubled. The
Snoik attack.
that, oh jeez. So, okay, let me do some math. Break open the calculator. So let's see. Oh wow, that. Hold on, I have to do math. Oh, with just enough to kill the possessing banshee. What do the rest of them see as you exercise this from Corbez, who has just enough HP to survive because he succeeded the save?
Jesus!
Well, fun fact about what's it? Yes, I can do that as a reaction. Yeah, that mist coalesced. Big ass hook digs deep into Corbez. And then wrenches out, but it's not flesh and blood that spills. It's ectoplasm as the banshee is ripped from Corbez. And as the banshee howls in pain and starts to disappear, oh no, you don't. And a hand solidifies out of the mist, grabs the essence, squeezes it down with a lot of pressure, and forms a coin.
Oh shit.
Fucking Joshua Jones. Or should I say Joshua fucking Jones?
You did
Yeah.
You crazy bastard, you did it.
Yeah, and as the coin materializes and he snaps it up in his hand, you still have a debt to pay. And he slings the coin onto his hip. Joshua Jones has returned to the fight.
Oh my god!
Risen from the deep.
Hi, guys.
And
Hey. Welcome back. We
so,
missed you.
with this reveal, the Venomweb Necromancer and Warriors, the warrior would not have enough time to escape. I'm just going to speed things up a bit. With your arrival, and because of the attack, roll the detonation feature of the Hookblade of Deep Tides. Ectoplasmic detonation.
Oh, absolutely. That is a...
Okay, so yeah, the two zombies that were flanking Grund, one is taken out by, as Grund, you see the ectoplasmic essence after he ripped it, the core out of it, seems to detonate. You brace yourself, but you being of the living still aren't affected. Kloop has to flinch as he takes some damage from it, but the mindless zombies are hurt. And the JJ, roll and intimidate with advantage. Oh, the ghouls stop and turn and start to run.
Oh my god!
And the necromancer up here, yeah, it would get to their turn before anyone else could stop them, and they are going to step out of range of Kita's range, and dimension door away, trying to escape further.
Damn.
So, the necromancer has escaped, leaving the undead to their own devices, and the warrior does not escape. I'm just going to say you guys are able to catch up to him unless you want to let him escape.
No.
Fuck him.
Yeah, Urgent, you'd be able to catch up no problem.
Yeah.
Especially with the ladder right there.
He's just gonna fucking bolt after him. You watch him.
But yes.
Urgent could catch up with the fucking necromancer if he wanted to.
Dead sprint.
Yeah,
500 feet away is not far enough.
Yeah. With the arrival of Joshua Jones, risen from the deep, the tide quite literally has turned, and the undead have been scattered. Grund rescued, seemingly from beyond the grave. From the grave,
Anna?
from beyond the grave.
I really thought I was gonna die. Luckily, I am the fan favorite, so we know that could.
Yeah. BZ,
Oh.
why didn't you roll higher damage?
Damn it, DC. Should have rolled better.
How close did you get, Grund?
HP wise, I was down to 1/3 of my total, roughly.
Ooh. Well, keep your HP as it is, because there's still more of this night to go. But we're going to pretty much call it here for the night. Has gone on a bit, but DZ, should we do this next time, or do you want to
Next
do
time.
it? Okay. So
Next time.
we can do a brief little thing here as Joshua Jones. You're standing there. Corbez has fallen. He's bleeding, but not down. He's severely hurt, but he just looks up at you and he goes, JJ, fuck, you saved me. Thank you so much. He kind of recognizes you, but not that, he's so, out of it that he doesn't quite realize that, like everyone else around you, Grund especially, you can tell this man is undead.
There's a big cloak of seaweed just kind of writhing off of his back.
Krill since there's no one else to crush, he'll move right up to JJ, just kind of lube over him for a moment before just slowly reaching down, just light pat on the shoulder.
Krill.
JJ?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Remember you,
What
Kita.
I officially like you.
What? What did you say, Nikita?
I said to JJ, congratulations.
No.
I officially like you.
I asked what JJ said to Kita.
He called you Kita. I remember you.
Oh. I'm glad you remember me? What do you remember? How are you here?
You're in a tunnel, Nora.
Your body.
You went into
No,
a
you're in
tunnel.
a tunnel.
Ah, how are you here? I saw a banshee scream your soul out of your body.
There isn't enough time. Not for you.
Oh,
You need to head back to
What's-
the temple.
Kita.
what about you? Yeah.
Moments after he said, you have to return to the temple, you hear from your brother. Kita, the wards have fallen. They're inside the temple. And that's where we're going to end for the night.
I just want to imagine
Close.
that Erdrin comes back from beating this guy to death at that very moment and goes, "Okay, what's up?
Okay, what the hell?
What the fuck?"
So, yeah.